Welcome, everyone, to another performance of BYO Shakespeare. I am your host, Sock Mabel, the unofficial mascot and secret starlet on the rise of BYO Shakespeare. We are friends and colleagues who have spent quarantine and shelter in place reading the works of William Shakespeare and others together on Zoom for almost a year now. And now we bring a taste of our adventures to you. This is live theater happening at home, and like live theater, sometimes the unpredictable happens. You may see or hear one of our pets or sirens from the fire station next door, and occasionally technology may become uncooperative. We humbly ask you for your patience with any such issues. But because this is happening at home and live on YouTube, you are also welcome to participate by using the YouTube live chat feature down below, and by enjoying a beverage and a snack at any point. Plus, as a bonus, unlike regular theater, you don't have to wear pants. We will take one 10-minute intermission. Tonight, we offer you our cartoon and comic-inspired production of Romeo and Juliet. Please note that we are using these characters per parody, and none of their appearances should be considered canon for either their origins or for Shakespeare, for that matter. And now, without further ado, BYO Shakespeare presents Romeo and Juliet.
Two households, both alike in dignity. In fair Etheria, where we lay our scene, from ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. From forth the fatal loins of these two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life, whose misadventured piteous overthrows doth with their death bury their parents' strife. The fearful passage of their death-marked love and the continuance of their parents' rage, which but their children's ends naught could remove, is now the 2 hours' traffic of our stage, the which, if you with patient ears attend, what here shall miss, our toil shall strive to mend. Enter Rocket Raccoon and Groot, guardians of the galaxy, and servants of the House Marvel.
I strike quickly, being moved.
I am Groot.
A dog of the House of DC woos me.
I am Groot.
I know. To move is to stir, and to be valiant is to stand. A dog of that house shall move me to stand. I will take the wall of any man or maid of House DC.
I am Groot.
'Tis all one. I will show myself a tyrant. When I have fought with the men, I will be civil with the maids. I will cut off their heads.
I am Groot.
Aye, the heads of the maids, or their maiden heads. Take it in what sense now?
I am Groot.
Me they shall feel while I am able to stand. And 'tis known I am a pretty piece of flesh.
Oh, I'm Groot.
Our guardians of the galaxy may heed back up their bluster as the Green Lantern of House DC enters.
My naked weapon is out. Quarrel, I will back thee.
I am Groot.
Fear me not.
I am Groot.
Let us take the law of our sides. Let them begin.
I am Groot.
Nay, as they dare, I will bite my thumb at him, which is a disgrace to him, if he bear it.
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir? Do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
I do bite my thumb, sir. Is the law of our side if I say I?
I am Groot.
No, sir, I do not bite my thumb at you, sir. But I bite my thumb, sir. Do you quarrel, sir?
Quarrel, sir? No, sir. I do not quarrel with you. You serve no better man than I.
Rocket and Groot step aside to team up as the watchful eyes of Wonder Woman of House DC observe the mounting tension.
Kapow!
Damn.
Part, fools! Put up your swords! You know not what you do!
Just then, the perpetually furious Tybalt enters and, seeing Wonder Woman in midst of the brawl, jumps to the worst conclusion.
What? Art thou drowned among these heartless hinds? Turn thee, Benvolio. Look upon thy death.
I do but keep the peace. Put away thy fists, or manage them to part these men with me.
What, drawn? And talk of peace? I hate the word, as I hate hell, the Justice League.
And thee, Bouxsein.
Hearing the commotion in the square, Thor and Black Widow, Patriarch and Matriarch of House Marvel, enter.
What noise is this? Give me my hammer!
A crutch. Why call you for Mjolnir?
Not to be outdone, Batman and Catwoman, Patriarch and Matriarch of House DC, enter.
Molina, I say! Old Batman has come and sheathes his blade in spite of me.
Thou villain, Thor, hold me not, let me go.
Thou shalt not stir 1 foot to seek a foe. Meow.
Princess She-Ra arrives with her retinue of Princesses of Power and Seahawk to bring peace to the streets once more.
The honor of Grayskull, rebellious subjects, enemies to peace, profaners of this neighbor-stained seal, will they not hear? What ho! You men, you beasts, that quench the fire of your pernicious rage with purple fountains issuing from your veins, on pain of torture from those bloody hands throw your mistempered weapons to the ground, and hear the sentence of your moved princess. 3 civil brawls bred of an airy word by thee, old Thor Marvel, and DC too, have thrice disturbed the quiets of our streets, and made Etheria's ancient citizens cast by their grave beseeming ornaments to wield old partisans in hands as old, cankered with peace, to part your cankered hate. If ever you disturb our streets again, your lives shall pay the forfeit of the peace. For this time, all the rest, depart away. You, Marvel clan, shall go along with me, And, B.C. Lee, come you this afternoon to know our further pleasure in this case. To old Freetown, our common judgment place. Once more, on pain of death, all men depart.
Exit House Marvel and the Princesses of Power and Seahawk.
Who set this ancient quarrel new abroach? Speak, nephew, were you by when it began?
Here were the servants of your adversary and yours, close fighting ere I did approach. I drew to part then. In that instant came the fiery Tybalt, with his fists prepared, which, as he breathed defiance to my ears, he swung about his head and cut the winds, who nothing hurt withal hissed him in scorn. Whilst we were interchanging thrusts and blows, came more and more, fought on part, till She-Ra came and parted either part. Oh, where is Romeo? Saw you him today? Right glad I am he was not at this fray. Madam, an hour before the worshipped sun peered forth the golden window of the east, a troubled mind drove me to walk abroad, where underneath the grove of sycamores that westward rooteth from this city's side, so early walking did I see your son. Towards him I made, but he was ware of me, and stole into the covert of the wood. I, measuring his affections by my own, which then most sought where most might not be found, being one too many by my weary self, pursued my humour, not pursuing his, and gladly shunned who fled from me.
Many a morning hath he there been seen, with tears augmenting the fresh morning's dew, adding to clouds, more clouds with his deep sighs. But all so soon as the all-cheering sun should in the farthest east begin to draw the shady curtains of the Aurora's bed, away from the light steals home my heavy son, and private in his chamber pens himself, shuts up his windows, locks fair daylight out, and makes himself an artificial night. Black and portentous must this humour prove, unless good counsel may the cause remove.
My noble uncle, do you know the cause?
I neither know it nor can learn of him.
Have you importuned him by any means?
Both by myself and many other friends, but he, his own affection's counsellor, is to himself, I will not say how true, but to himself so secret, so close, so far from sounding a discovery, as it is the bud bit with an envious worm, ere he could spread his sweet leaves to the air, or dedicate his beauty to the same. Could we but learn from whence his sorrows grow, we would as willingly give cure as know.
Better late than never. Young and handsome Romeo enters our illustrated pages.
See where he comes. So please you, step aside. I'll know his grievance, or be much denied.
I would thou wert so happy by thy stay to hear true shrift. Come, madam, let's away.
Good morrow, cousin.
The day is so young?
But new struck 9.
Ay me. Sad hours seem long. Is that my father that went hence from so fast?
It was. What sadness lengthens Romeo's hours?
Not having that which having makes them short.
In love.
Out.
Of love.
Out of her favor where I am in love.
Alas, that love so gentle in his view should be so tyrannous and rough in proof.
Alas, that love, whose view is muffled still, should without eyes see pathways to his will. Where shall we dine? Oh, me, what fray was here? Yet tell me not, for I have heard it all. Here's much to do with hate, but more with love. Why then, oh brawling love, oh loving hate, oh anything of nothing first create. Oh, heavy lightness, serious vanity, shapen chaos of well-seeming forms, feather of lead, bright smoke, cold fire, sick health, still waking sleep that is not what it is. This love feel I, but feel no love in this. Dost thou not laugh?
No, cuz I rather weep.
Good heart at what?
At thy good heart's oppression.
Why, such is love's transgression. Griefs of mine own lie heavy in my breast, which thou wilt propagate to have it pressed with more of thine. This love that thou hast shown doth add more grief to too much of mine own. Love is a smoke made with the fume of sighs, being purged a fire sparkling in lovers' eyes, being vexed, a sea nourished with loving tears. What is it else? A madness most discreet, a choking gall and a preserving sweet? Farewell, my coz.
Soft, I will go along, and you leave me so, you do me wrong.
I have lost myself. I am not here. This is not Romeo. He is some otherwhere.
Tell me in sadness, who is it you love?
What, shall I groan and tell thee?
Groan, why no, but sadly tell me who?
A sick man in sadness makes his will, a word ill-urged to one that is so ill. In sadness, cousin, I do love a woman.
I aimed so near when I supposed you loved.
Right good markman. And she is fair, I love.
All right, fair mark, fair cuz is soonest hit.
Well, in that hit, you miss. She'll not be hit with Cupid's arrow. She hath Dian's wit, and in strong proof of chastity well armed, from love's weak childish bow she lives uncharmed. She will not stay the siege of loving terms, nor bide the encounter of assailing eyes, nor overlap to seducing gold. Oh, she is rich in beauty, only poor that when she dies, with beauty dies her store.
Then she hath sworn that she will still live chaste.
She hath. And that sparing makes huge waves. For beauty, starting from severity, cuts beauty off from all posterity. He is too fair, too wisely fair, to merit bliss by making me despair. He hath forsworn to love, and in that vow do I live dead. Tell it now.
Be ruled by me. Forget to think of her.
Oh, teach me how I should forget to think.
By giving liberty unto thine eyes, examine other beauties.
'Tis the way to call hers exquisite and question more. These happy masks that kiss fair ladies' brows, being black, puts us in mind they hide the fair. He that is struck and blind cannot forget the precious treasure of his eyesight lost. Show me a mistress that is passing fair. What doth her beauty serve but as a note where I may read who passed that passing fair? Farewell, that canst not teach me to forget.
I'll pay that doctrine, or else die in debt.
As the pages turn to another scene, Marvel patriarch Thor hears Princess Glimmer propose marriage to his daughter, Juliet.
But Justice League is bound as well as we, and penalty alike, and it is not hard, I think, for men so old as we to keep the peace.
Of honorable reckoning are you both, and pity 'tis you lived at odds so long. But now, my lord, what say you to my suit?
Excuse me. Bouxsein would have said before, my child is yet a stranger in the world. She hath not seen the change 14 years. Let 2 more summers wither in their pride, ere we make her ripe to be a bride.
Younger than she, our happy mother's maid.
And too soon marred are those so early made. Earth hath swallowed all my hopes, but she's the hopeful lady of my earth. But woo her, gentle Glimmer. Get her heart. My will to her consent is but a part, and she agreed. Within her scope of choice lies my consent and fair according voice. This night I hold an ode accustomed fest, whereto I have invited many a guest. such as I love, and you among the store, once more most welcome, makes my number more. And my poor house, look to behold this night, earth-treading stars that make dark Asgard light, such comfort as do lusty men feel, that when well-apparelled April on the heel of limping winter treads, even such delight among fresh fennel buds shall you this night. And out at my house, hear all see. And, like her most whose merit most shall be, which, on view of many mine being one, may stand in number, though in reckoning none. Go, rabbit. Oh, come with me. You, rabbit, trudge about through fair Etheria. Find those persons out that I've written here. I'll get the email to you. And to them say, my house, and welcome on their pleasure stay.
Left alone to ponder his master's guest list, our mischievous Rocket seems to have a bit of a problem.
Find them out whose names are written here. It is written that the shoemaker should meddle with his yard, and the tailor with his last, the fisher with his pencil, and the painter with his nets. But I am sent to find these persons are here writ, and can never find what names the writing person hath here writ. I must to the learned, in good time.
Will the entrance of Romeo and Wonder Woman solve Rocket's problem, or make it worse?
Tut, man. One fire burns out, another's burning. One pain is lessened by another's anguish. Turn giddy and be helped by backward turning. One desperate grief cures with another's languish. Take thou some new infection to thy eye, and the rank poison of the old will die.
Your plantain leaf is excellent for that.
For what, I pray thee?
For your broken chin.
Why, Romeo, art thou mad?
Not mad, but bound more than a madman is. Shut up in prison, kept without my food, whipped and tormented, and... Good e'en, good fellow.
God ye a good e'en. I pray, sir, can you read?
Aye, mine own fortune in my misery.
Perhaps you have learned it without book, but I pray, can you read anything you see?
Aye, if I know the letters and the language.
You say honestly. Rest you merry.
Stay, fellow, I can read. Senior Reed Richards, Miss Norman Ben Grimm, Antman Scott Lang and the Pym family, Good Scooby Shaggy and the Mystery Crew, Eve Rogers and the Powerpuffs 3, Mermista and her sailor Seahawk, Good Tony Stark, Pepper and Daughters, my fair niece Rosaline, and Mary Jane, Theodore Spider-Man and his cousin Tybalt Vision and the lively Wanda. Fair assembly. Whither should they come?
Up.
Whither? To supper?
To our house.
Whose house?
My master's.
Indeed, I should have asked thee that before.
Now I'll tell you without asking. My master is the great rich Odinson, and if you be not of the House of Justice League, I pray come and crush a cup of wine. Rest you merry.
At this same ancient feast of Marvel House sups the fair Rosaline, whom thou so loves, with all the admired beauties of Etheria. Go thither, and with unattainted eye compare her face to some that I shall show, and I will make thee think thy swan a crow.
When the devout religion of mine eye maintains such falsehood, then turn tears to fire. And these who, often drowned, could never die. Transparent heretics, they burnt for liars, one fairer than my love. The all-seeing sun ne'er saw her match, first the world begun.
Tut, you saw her fair, none else being by. Herself poised with herself in either eye, but in that crystal scales, let there be weighed your lady's love against some other maid that I will show you shining at this feast. And she shall scant show well that now seems best.
I'll go along, no such sight to be shown, but to rejoice in splendor of mine own.
From the streets to inside the home of House Marvel, we see Lady Natasha Romanoff and Night Nurse preparing lovely Juliet for the ball and responsibilities of adulthood.
Nurse, where's my daughter? Call her forth to me.
Aye, by my maidenheaded 12-year-old I bade her come. What lamb? What ladybird? God forbid, where is this girl? What Juliet?
Oh, now, who calls?
Your mother.
Oh, madam, I'm here. What is your will?
This is the matter. Nurse, give leave a while. We must talk in secret. Oh, nurse, come back again. I have remembered me. Thou'st hear our counsel. Thou knowest my daughter's of a pretty age.
Faith, I can tell her age into an hour.
She's not 14.
Oh, well, I'll lay 14 of my teeth, and yet, to my teeth be it spoken, I have but 4, and she's not 14. How long is it now till Lemastide?
A fortnight and odd days.
Even or odd of all the days in the year. Come Lemmas Eve at night shall she be 14. Susan and she, God rest all Christian souls, were of an age. Well, Susan is with God now. She was too good for me, but as I said, come Lemmas Eve at night shall she be 14. That shall she marry. I remember it well. 'Tis since the earthquake now 11 years, and she was weaned. I never shall forget it. Of all the days of the year, upon that day. For I had then laid wormwood to my dog, sitting in the sun under the dove house wall. My lord and you were then at Metropolis. Nay, I do bear a brain. But as I said, when it did taste the wormwood on the nipple of my dug and felt it bitter, pretty fool, to see it tetchy and fall out with the dug. Shake, quoth the dove house, 'twas no need, I trow, to bid me trudge. And since that time it is 11 years. For then she could stand high low, nay, by the rood, she could have run and waddled all about. For even the day before she broke her brow, and then my husband, God be with his soul, I was a merry man, took up the child. Yea, quoth he, dost thou fall upon thy face? Thou wilt fall backward when thou hast more wit, wilt thou not, Jewel? And by my holiday, the pretty wretch left crying, and said, I. To see now how a jest shall come about. I warrant that I should live 1,000 years. I never shall forget it. Wilt thou not, Jewel, quoth he, and pretty fool, it stinted, and said I.
Enough of this, I pray thee. Hold thy peace.
Yes, madam, but yet I cannot choose but laugh to think it should leave crying and say I, and yet I warrant it had upon its brow a bump as big as a young cockerel stone, a perilous knock, and it cried bitterly. Yea, quoth my husband, fall'st upon thy face. Thou wilt fall backward when thou comest of age, wilt thou not, Jewel? It stinted, and said I.
Stint thou too, nurse, I pray thee, say I.
Oh, peace. I have done. God mark thee to his grace. Thou was the prettiest babe that e'er I nursed, and I might live to see thee married once. I have my wish.
Marry, that marry is the very theme I came to talk of. Tell me, daughter Juliet, how stands your disposition to be married?
It is an honor that I dream not of.
An honor? Were not I thine only nurse, I would say thou hast sucked wisdom from thy teat.
Well, think of marriage now. Younger than you, here in Etheria, ladies of esteem are made already mothers. By my count, I was your mother much upon these years that you are now a maid. Thus then, in brief, the valiant Glimmer seeks you for her love.
A love, lady, such a love as all the world weigh. She is perfect wax.
Etheria summer has not such a flower.
Nay, she's a flower. In faith, a very flower.
What say you? Can you love the gentle one? This night you shall behold her at our feast. Read o'er the volume of young Glimmer's face, and find delight writ there with beauty's pen. Examine every married lineament, and see how one another lends content. And what obscured in this fair volume lies, find written in the margent of her eyes. This precious book of love, this unbound lover, to beautify her lacks only a cover. The fish lives in this sea, and 'tis much pride for fair without the fair within to hide. That book in many's eyes doth share the glory that in gold clasps locks in the golden story. So shall you share all that she doth possess, by having her, making yourself no less. Speak briefly. Can you like of Glimmer's love?
I'll look to like, if looking like move, but no more deep will I in dark mine eye than your consent give strength to make it fly.
Madam, here come, supper served up. You called, my young lady asked for. The nurse cursed in the pantry, and everything in extremity. I must hence to wait. I beseech you, follow straight.
We follow you. Juliet, good Glimmer's days.
Go, girl. Seek happy nights to happy days.
We return to Romeo and his dearest friends, Seahawk and Wonder Woman, getting up to shenanigans as any good best friend squad can do.
What, shall this speech be spoke for our excuse, or shall we on without apology?
This day is out of such prolixity that we'll have no Cupid hoodwinked with a scarf, bearing a Tartar's painted bow of lathe, scaring the ladies like a crow keeper, nor no without book prologue faintly spoken after the prompter for our entrance. But let them measure us by what they will. We'll measure them a measure and be gone.
Give me a torch. I am not for this ambling. Being but heavy, I will bear the light.
Gentle Romeo, we must have you dance.
Not I, believe me. You have dancing shoes with nimble soles. I have a soul of lead, so stakes me to the ground I cannot move.
You are a lover. Borrow Cupid's wings and soar with them above a common ground.
I am too sore and pierced with his shaft to soar with his light feathers. And so bound I cannot bound a pitch above dull woe. Your love's heavy burden, you ask me.
When to sink in it, you should burden love. Too great oppression for such a tender thing.
Is love a tender thing? It is too rough, too rude, too boisterous, and it pricks like thorn.
Ooh, if love be rough with you, you must be rough with love. Prick love for pricking, and you beat love down. Well, give me a case to put my visage in. A visor for a visor. What care I, what curious eye doth coat deformities? Here the beetle brows that shall blush for me.
Come, knock and enter, and no sooner, but every man betake him to his legs.
A torch for me. Let wantons light of heart tickle the senseless rushes with their heels. For I am proverbed with a grandsire phrase. I'll be a candle holder and look on. The game was ne'er so fair, and I am done.
Done's the mouse, the constable's own word. If thou art done, we'll draw thee from the mire. Or, save your reverence, love, wherein thou stickest up to the ears. Come, we burn daylight. Adventure, ho!
Nay, that's not so.
I mean, sir, in delay we waste our lights, in vain lights by day. We take our good meaning, for judgment sits 5 times that in air once our 5 wits.
And we mean well in going to this mask, but 'tis no wit to go.
Why, may one ask?
I dreamt a dream tonight.
So did I.
Well, what was yours?
Oh, that dreamers often lie.
In bed asleep while they do dream things true.
Ooh, and I see Queen Mab hath been with you. She is the fairy's midwife, and she comes in a shape no bigger than an agate stone on the forefinger of an alderman, drawn with a little team of atomy over men's noses as they lie asleep. Her wagon spokes are made of long spinner's legs, the cover of the wings of grasshoppers, her traces of the smallest spider webs, her collars of the moonshine's watery beams, and her whip of cricket's bone, the lash of film, her wagoneer, a small gray-coated gnat, not half so big as a little round worm pricked from the lazy finger of a maid. Oh. Her chariot is as empty as a empty hazelnut, made by the joiner squirrel or old grub, time out of mind the fairies' coachmakers. And in this state, she gallops night by night through lovers' brains, and then they dream of love, of courtiers' knees that dream on curtsies straight, of a lawyer's fingers who straight dream on fees, of her lady's lips who in straight on kisses dream, which oft the angry mab with blisters plagues because their breaths with sweetmeats tainted are. Sometimes she gallops over a courtier's nose, and then dreams he of smelling out a suit. And sometimes comes she with a tithe pig's tail, tickling a parson's nose as he lies asleep, and then he dreams of another benefice. Sometimes she dreams over a soldier's neck, and then he dreams of cutting foreign throats, of breeches, embuscados, Spanish blades, of heaths 5 fathom deep, and then anon drums in his ear, which he starts and wakens, and thus being frightened swears a prayer or two, and then again to sleep. This is the very mab that plaits the manes of horses in the night, and bakes the elf locks in those foul sluttish hairs, which once untangled much misfortune bodes. This is the hag, when maids lie on their backs, that presses them and makes them first to bear, making them women of good carriage. This is she!
Peace! O Seahawk, peace! Thou talk'st of nothing.
True. I talked of dreams, which are the children of an idle brain, begot of nothing but vain fantasy, which is as thin a substance as the air and more inconstant than the wind, who woos even now the frozen bosom of the north, and being angered, puffs away, turning his side to the dew-dropping south.
This wind you talk of blows us from ourselves. Supper is done. We shall come too late.
I fear too early. For my mind misgives some consequence yet hanging in the stars shall bitterly begin his fearful date with this night's revels, and expire the term of a despised life closed in my breast by some vile forfeit of untimely death. But he that hath the steerage of my course direct my sail. On, lusty gentlemen!
Adventure, ho!
Strike drum!
Here we are in the key moment. The guardians, servants of House Marvel, are putting the finishing touches on the party.
Where's Rocket that he helps not to take away? He shift a trencher? He scrape a trencher?
When good manners shall lie all in one or two men's hands, and they unwashed too, 'tis a foul thing.
Away with the joint stools, remove the cord cupboard, look to the plate. Good thou, save me a piece of the marchpane, and as thou lovest me, let the porter, let Susan Grindstone and Nell. Groot, Rocket.
I am Groot.
You are looked for and called for, asked for and sought for in the great chamber.
I am Groot?
Cheerly, boys, be brisk a while, and the longer liver take all.
The party begins as Thor, Odin's son, patriarch of House Marvel, and his wife, Lady Natasha Romanoff, with their household and masked partygoers of all sorts, including Romeo, Seahawk, and Wonder Woman.
Welcome, gentlemen. Ladies that have their toes unplagued with corns, we'll have a bout with you. Ah, my mistresses. Which of all of you will now deny to dance? She that makes dainty, she'll all swear hath corns. Am I come near you? For Hooverwagats, I've seen the day, that I have worn a visor and could tell a whispering tale in the fair lady's ear, such as would please. 'Tis gone, 'tis gone. You are welcome, gentlemen. Come, musicians. The system is down. Give room, and foot it goes. More light, and turn the tables up. Quench the fire, the room has grown too hot. Ah, sirrah, this look for sport comes cool. Nay, sit, nay, sit. Good Lady Romanov, for you and I are past our dancing days. How long is it since last you yourself and I were in a mask?
Our Lady, 30 years.
What, love? 'Tis not so much. 'Tis not so much. Now, since the nuptial of Tony Stark, come Pentecost as quickly as it will. Some 25 years, and then we must.
'Tis more. 'Tis more. His son is elder, sir. His son is 30.
Do you tell me that? His son was but a ward 2 years ago.
What lady's that which doth enrich the hand of yonder knight?
I'm Groot.
She was torches to burn bright. And she hangs upon the cheek of night as a rich jewel in an Ethiop's ear. It shows a snowy dove trooping of crows as yonder lady or her fellows shows. The measure done, I'll watch her place and stand, and touching hers make blessed my rude hand. Did my heart love till now? Forswear it, sight, for I ne'er saw true beauty till this night.
This, by his voice, should be of House DC. And, what? Here's the slave, come hither covered with an antic face, to fleer and scorn at our solemnity. Now, by the stock and honor of my kin, to strike him dead, I hold it not a sin.
Why, how now, kinsman? Wherefore you storm to?
Oh, this is a Montague, a foe, a villain, that is hither come in spite to scorn at our solemnity this night.
The Kryptonian, is it?
Is he?
Romeo?
Villain. Romeo.
Content be, gentle coz. Leave him alone. He bears him like a portly gentleman. To say truth, Etheria brags of him to be a virtuous and well-governed youth. But not for all the wealth of Asgard, the 9 realms here in my house do him disparagement. Therefore, be patient. Take no note of him. It is my will. We should vow respect, show a fair presence, and put off these frowns. No beseeming semblance for a feast.
It, when such a villain is a guest.
I will not endure him.
You shall endure him. What, good man boy? I say he shall. Go to. Am I the master here now, or you? Go to. Will not endure him. Gods now mend my soul. You'll make a mutiny among my guests. You will bring the horde. You'll be Hordak.
My uncle, 'tis a shame. Triple smash.
Go to. Go to. You are a saucy boy. Is it so indeed? This trick may chance to scathe you. I know what. You must contrary me. Marry, 'tis time. Well said, my heart. You are Printcox. Go. Be quiet, or... More light! More light! For shame, I will make you quiet. What? Cheerily, my heart.
Patience perforce with willful color meeting makes my flesh tremble in their different greeting. I will withdraw. For this intrusion shall, now seeming sweet, convert to bitterest gall.
As Tybalt smashes his way away from the party, the spotlights focus on Romeo and Juliet meeting for the first time.
If I profane with my unworthiest hand this holy shrine, the gentle sin is this. My lips, two blushing pilgrims, ready stand to smooth that rough touch with a tender kiss.
Good pilgrim, you do wrong your hand too much. What mannerly devotion shows in this? For saints have hands that pilgrims' hands do touch, and palm to palm is holy palmer's kiss.
Have not saints lips and holy palmers too?
I, pilgrim, lips they must use in prayer.
Oh, then, dear saint, let lips do what hands do. They pray. Grant thou, lest faith turn to despair.
Saints do not move, though grant for prayer's sake.
Then move not, while my prayer's effect I take. Thus from my lips by thine my sin is purged.
Of my lips the sin that they have took.
Sin from my lips? Oh, trespass sweetly urged, give me my sin again.
You kiss by the book.
Madam, your mother craves a word with you.
What is her mother?
Mary Bachelor. Her mother is the lady of the house, and a good lady, and a wise and virtuous. I nursed her mother, her daughter that you talked with all. I tell you, he that can lay hold of her shall have the chinks.
Is she a marvelette? Oh, dear account. My life is my foe's debt.
Oh, wait! Be gone! The sport is at its best.
Aye, so I fear, the more is my unrest.
Hey, gentlemen! Prepare not to be gone! We have a trifling foolish banquet towards. Is it even so? Oh, well then I thank you all. And thank you, honest gentlemen. Good night. More torches here. Come then. Let's to bed. Ah, Cyril, it does waxes late. On to my rest.
As the lord and lady of the house retire for the night, Juliet interrogates her nurse to get the inside scoop on the partygoers, or that maybe just Romeo.
Come hither, nurse. What is yon gentleman?
The son and heir of old Tiberio.
What's he that is now going out of the door?
Mary, I think that be young Peter Quill.
What's he that follows here that would not dance?
I know not.
Go ask his name. Oh, if he be married, my grave is like to be my wedding bed.
His name is Romeo, and of the Justice League, the only son of your great enemy.
My only love sprung from my only hate, surely seen unknown too late. Ditch's birth of love is it to me that I must love a loathed enemy.
What's this?
A rhyme I learned even now of one I dance withal.
Anon, come, let's away. The strangers all are gone.
Now old desire doth in his deathbed lie, and young affection gapes to be his heir. That fair for which love groaned for and would die, with tender Juliet matched, is now not fair. Now Romeo is beloved and loves again, alike bewitched by the charm of looks, but to his foe supposed he must complain, and she steal love's sweet bait from fearful hooks. Being held a foe, he may not have access to breathe such vows as lovers use to swear. And she as much in love, her means much less to meet her new beloved anywhere. But passion lends them power, time means to meet, tempering extremities with extreme sweet. Leaving the party at House Marvel, charming Romeo struggles to leave his new crush.
Can I go forward when my heart is here? Turn back, dull earth, and find thy center out.
As Romeo hangs back to nurse his emotional wounds, Seahawk and Wonder Woman are still in a partying mood.
Romeo! Hey, my cousin Romeo!
He is wise.
Romeo!
He is wise and all my life stolen home to bed.
He ran this way and leapt the orchard wall. Call good Seahawk.
Nay, I'll conjure too. Romeo! Humors! Madman! Passion! Lover! Appear thou in the likeness of a sigh. Speak but one rhyme and I am satisfied. Speak but I mean, pronounce but love and dove. Speak to my gossip Venus one fair word, one nickname for her purblind sovereign, young Abraham Cupid. His shot so trim that King Capulets loved that beggar maid. He heareth not, he stirreth not, and he moveth not, and the ape is dead. And so I will conjure him. I conjure thee by Rosaline's bright eyes, her high forehead, and her scarlet lip. I by her fine foot and straight leg, her quivering thigh, and the mesness that there adjacent lie. That in thy likeness thou appear to us.
If he hear thee, thou wilt anger him.
This cannot anger him. It would anger him to raise a spirit in his mistress's circle of some strange nature, letting it stand there till it had laid and conjured it down. That was some spite. My invocation is fair and honest. In his mistress's name I conjure only but to raise him up.
Come, he hath hid himself among these trees to be consorted with the humorous night. Blind is his love, and best befits the dark.
If love be blind, love cannot hit the mark. Now he will sit under the medlar tree and wish his mistress were that kind of fruit as maidens call meddlers when they laugh alone. Oh, Romeo! Oh, that she were an open arse and now a popperin pear. Now, Romeo, good night. I'll to my truckle bed. This field is too cold for me to sleep. Come, Wonder Woman, shall we go?
Go then, for 'tis in vain to seek him here that means not to be found.
With the party squad officially dispersed, Romeo wanders the grounds of the Marvel family, unwittingly finding himself below Juliet's balcony.
He jests at scars that never felt a wound. Oh, but soft! What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief that thou, her maid, art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. It is my lady. Oh, it is my love. Oh, that she knew she were. She speaks, yet she says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses. I will answer it. I am too bold. 'Tis not to me she speaks. Two of the fairest stars in all the heaven, having some business, do entreat her eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return. What if her eyes were there, they in her head? The brightness of her cheek would shame those stars as daylight doth a lamp. Her eye in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
Ay me.
She speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night, being o'er my head as a winged messenger of heaven, unto the white, upturned, wondering eyes of mortals that fall back to gaze on him when he bestrides the lazy puffing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or, if thou wilt not, be sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a marble girl.
Shall I hear more? Shall I speak?
'Tis but thy name that is my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not of Justice League. What's Justice League? It is nor hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, or any other name belonging to a man. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other word would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called, retain that dear perfection which he owns without that title. Romeo, doff thy name, and for thy name, which is no part of thee, take all myself.
Take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized henceforth. I never will be Romeo.
What man art thou, thus to screen the night, so stumblest on my counsel?
By a name, I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself, because it is an enemy to thee. Had I it written, I would tear the word.
My ears have yet not drunk 100 words of thy tongue's uttering, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo, and of the Justice League?
Neither, fair maid, if either thee dislike.
How camest thou hither, tell me, and wherefore? The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art. If any of my kinsmen find thee here,
with love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out. And what love can do that dares love attempt? Therefore thy kinsmen are no stop to me.
If they do see thee, they will murder thee.
Alack, there lies more peril in thine eye than 20 of their swords. Look thou but sweet, and I am proof against their enmity.
I would not for the world they saw thee here.
I have night's cloak to hide me from their eyes, and but thou love me, let them find me here. My life were better ended by their hate than death prorobed wanting of thy love.
By whose direction foundst thou out this place?
By love, that first did prompt me to inquire. He lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot. Yet wert thou as far as that vast shore washed with the farthest sea, I should adventure for such merchandise.
For thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, else would a maiden blush but paint my cheek. With that which thou hast heard me speak tonight, fain would I dwell on form, fain deny what I have spoke, but farewell compliment. Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say aye, and I will take thy word. Yet if thou swearest, thou mayest prove false. At lovers' perjuries, they say, Jove laughs. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully, or else thou wilt think I am too quickly won. I'll frown, be perverse, and say thee, nay. So thou wilt too, but else not for the world. In truth, fair DC, I am too fond, and therefore thou mayest think my behavior light. But trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more coin to be strange. I should have been more strange, I must confess, but that thou overheardst ere I was aware of my true love passion. Therefore, pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light love, which dark night hath so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon I vow that tips with silver all these fruit treetops.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon, the monthly changes in her circled orb, lest thy love prove likewise variable.
What shall I swear by?
Do not swear at all. Or, if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which is the god of my idolatry, and I'll believe thee.
If my heart's dear love...
I do not swear, although I join thee. I have no joy in this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like lightning, which doth cease to be, or one can say it lightens. Oh, sweet, good night. This bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night, good night. A sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast.
Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction canst thou have tonight?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine?
I gave thee mine before thou didst request it, and yet I wouldn't hurt to give again.
Wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love?
To be frank and give it thee again, and yet I wish for the thing I have. My bounty is as boundless as the sea. My love is deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite.
Juliet.
I hear some noise from within. Dear love, adieu. Anon, good nurse. Sweet Romeo, be true. Stay but a little. I will come again.
Oh, blessed night! I am afeard. Being at night, all this is but a dream. Too flattering sweet to be substantial.
3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose marriage, send me word tomorrow by 1 that I'll procure to come to thee, where and what time, and thou wilt perform the rite. And all my fortunes at thy foot I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
Madam.
I come anon, but if thou meanest not well, I do beseech thee.
Madam.
By and by I come, to cease thy strife and leave me to my grief. Tomorrow will I send.
So thrive my soul.
1,000 times good night.
1,000 times the worse to want thy light. Love goes toward love as schoolboys from their books, but love from love toward school with heavy looks.
Romeo, shh. Her falconer's voice to lure this tassel gentle back again. Bondage's horse and may not speak aloud, else would I tear the cave where echo lies and make her airy tongue more hoarse than mine, repetition of my Romeo.
It is my soul that calls upon my name. How silver sweet sound lovers' tongues by night, like softest music to attending ears.
Romeo.
My dear.
What o'clock tomorrow shall I send for thee?
By the hour of 9.
I will not fail. Oh, 'tis 20 year till then. I have forgot why I did call thee back.
Let me stand here till thou remember it.
I shall forget. To have thee still stand there, remembering how I love thy company.
And I'll still stay to have thee still forget. Forgetting any other home but this.
'Tis almost morning. I would have had thee gone, and yet no farther than a wanton's bird that lets it hop a little from his hand like a poor prisoner in his twisted gyves, and with a silken thread plucks it back again, so loving, jealous of its liberty.
I would I were thy bird.
Sweet, so would I. Yet I should kill thee with so much cherishing. Good night. Good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say good night till it be morrow.
Sleep, dwell upon thine eyes, peace in thy breast. Would I were sleep and peace so sweet to rest. Hence will I to my ghostly friar's close cell his help to crave and my dear hap to tell.
And now we travel from the sanctity of the love to the sanctity of Friar Rick Sanchez's lab.
Oh, the gray-eyed morn smiles on the frowning night, turning the eastern clouds with streaks of light, and fleckled darkness like a drunkard reels from forth days past and tightens fiery wheels. Now, ere the sun advances burning eye, the day to cheer and night stank dew to dry, I must upfill this osier cage of ours with baleful weeds and precious juiced flowers. The earth, that nature's mother, is her tomb. What is her burying grave? That is her womb. And from her womb's children of diverse kind was we sucking on her natural bosom fine. Many for her many virtues excellent, but none but for some, and yet all different. Oh, pickle is the powerful grace that lies in plants, herbs, stones, and their true qualities. For naught is so vile that on the earth doth live, but to the earth some special good doth give. Nor aught so good, but strained from that fair use, revolts from true birth, stumbling on abuse. Virtue itself turns vice, being misapplied, and vice, sometime by action dignified. Within the infant rind of this weak flower, poison hath residence and medicine power. For this, being smelt with that part, cheers each part. Being tasted, stays all senses with the heart. Two such opposed kings encamp them still, in man as well as herbs, grace and rude will. And where the worser is predominant, soon full the canker death eats up that plant.
Good morrow, father.
Benedicite, what early tongue so sweet saluteth me? Young son, it argues a distempered head so soon to bid good morrow to thy bed. Care keeps his watch in every old man's eye, and where care lodges, sleep will never lie. But where unbruised youth will with unstuffed brain doth couch his limbs, there golden sleep doth reign. Therefore, thy earliness does me assure thou art uproused with some distemperature, or if not so, then here I hit it right. Our Romeo has not been in bed tonight.
That last is true. The sweeter rest was mine.
God pardon sin. Was that with Rosaline?
With Rosaline, my ghostly father? No. I have forgot that name, and that name's woe.
Oh, that's good, my son, but where else thou been?
I'll tell thee ere thou ask it me again. I had been feasting with mine enemy, where on a sudden one hath wounded me that's by me wounded. Both are remedies within thy help and holy physic lies. I bear no hatred, blessed man, for lo, my intercession likewise steads my foe.
Be plain, good son, and homely in thy drift. Riddling confession finds but riddling shrift.
Then plainly know, my heart's dear love is set on the fair daughter of rich Odinson. As mine on hers, so hers is set on mine, and all combined, save what thou must combine by holy marriage. When and where and how we met, we wooed and made exchange of vow, I'll tell thee as we pass. But this I pray, that thou consent to marry us today.
Holy Saint Francis, what a change is here! Is Rosaline that thou didst love so dear so soon forsaken? Young men's love then lies not truly in their hearts, but in their eyes. Jesu Maria, what a deal of brine has washed thy sallow cheeks for Rosaline. How much salt water thrown away in waste to season love that of death not taste. The sun not yet thy sighs from heaven clears, the old groans yet ringing in my ancient ears. Lo, here upon thy cheek the stain doth sit of an old tear that is not washed off yet. There thou wast thyself, and these woes thine. Thou and these woes were all for Rosaline, and art thou changed? Pronounce this sentence then. Women may fall when there's no strength in men.
Thou chargedst me oft for loving Rosaline,
For doting, not for loving pupil mine.
and badst me bury love.
Not in a grave to lay one in, another ought to have.
I pray thee, chide me not. Her I love now doth grace for grace and love for love allow. The other did not so.
Oh, she knew well. Thy love did read by rote that could not spell. But come, young waverer, come, go with me. In one respect, I'll thy assistant be. For this alliance may so happy prove to turn your household's rancor to pure love.
Oh, let us hence. I stand on sudden haste.
Ah, wisely and slow. They stumble that run fast.
Wonder Woman and Seahawk are on the hunt for Romeo, with vital news to deliver.
Where the devil should this Romeo be? Came he not home tonight?
Not to his father's. I spoke with his man. Oh.
Why, that same pale, hard-hearted wench that Rosalind?
Rosabud. It's Lois Lane.
Torments him so that he will sure run mad.
Tybalt, the kinsman of old Odinson, hath sent a letter to his father's house.
Ugh, a challenge to my life.
Oh, Romeo will answer it.
Any man that can write may answer a letter.
Nay, he will answer. Oh, the letter's master. How he dares being dared. Oh,
Alas, poor Romeo, already dead. Stabbed with a white wench's black eye, run through the ear with a love. The very pin in his heart cleft with a blind bowboy's butt shaft. And he is a man to encounter Tybalt?
What is Tybalt?
Oh, well, more than the Prince of Cats. Oh, he's a courageous captain of compliments. He fights as you sing prick song, keeps time, distance, and proportion in his breasts. Minimum rests. 1, 2, and the third in your bosom. Oh, a very butcher of a silk button, a duelist, and a gentleman of the very first house, the first and second cause. The immortal passado, the punto reverso.
What? The what?
The pox of such an antic. Lisping, affecting phantasms, these new tuners of accent. My Jesu, a very good blade, a very tall man, a very good whore. Why, is it not a lamentable thing, grandsire, that we should be thus afflicted with these strange flies, these fashion mongers, these pardon me's, who stand so much on the new form that they cannot sit at ease on the old bench? Oh, their bones, their bones.
Here comes Romeo. Here comes Romeo.
Oh, without his robe, like a dried herring. Oh, flesh, how thou art fishified. Now is he for the numbers that Petrarch flowed in. Laura to his lady was a kitchen wench. Mary, she had a better love to berhyme her. Dido a Dottie, Cleopatra, harlot and Helen, and here own Hildings. This be a grey eye or so, but not so with the purpose, Signor Romeo. Bonjour. There's a French salutation for your French flop. You gave us the counterfeit last night.
Good morrow to you both. What counterfeit did I give you?
The slip, sir, the slip. Can you not conceive?
Pardon, good Seahawk, my business was great, and in such a case as mine, a man may strain courtesy.
That's as much to say a case as yours constrains a man to bow in the hams.
Meaning, to curtsy.
Thou most kindly hast hit it.
A most courteous exposition.
Nay, I am the very pink of courtesy.
Pink for flower?
Right.
Why then? Is my pump well flowered?
Oh.
Sure, wit, follow me this jest till thou hast worn out thy pump, and when the single soloed is worn, then the jest may remain after the weaving's solely singular.
Oh, single soul jest, solely singular for the singleness.
Come between us, Benvolio, my wits faints.
Switch and spurs, or I'll cry a match.
Nay, if our wits run the wild goose chase, I am done, for thou hast more of the wild goose in one of thy wits than I am sure I have in my whole 5. Was I there for the goose?
Thou was never with me for anything when thou was not there for the goose.
I will bite thee by the ear for that jest.
Nay, good goose, bite not.
Oh, thy wit is very bitter-sweeting. It's a most sharp sauce.
And is it not, then, well served into a sweet goose?
Ooh, here's a wit of Cheverel that stretches from an inch narrow to an ell broad.
I stretch it out, for that word broad, which added to the goose, proves thee, far and wide, a broad goose.
Why is this not better now than groaning for love? Oh, now thou art sociable. Now thou art Romeo. Now thou art what thou art by art, as well as by nature. For this driveling love is like a great natural that runs loneling up and down to hide his bauble in a hole.
Stop there. Stop there.
Now desires me to stop in my tail against the hair.
Thou wouldst else have made thy tail large.
Thou art deceived. I would have made it short, for I was come to the whole depth of my tail, and meant to occupy the argument no longer.
Just then, Night Nurse from House Marvel enters, escorted by Star-Lord.
Here's goodly gear. A sail. A sail.
Two, a shirt and a smock.
Peter. Star-Lord, man.
My fan, Peter.
Ooh, good Peter to hide her face, for her fan's the fairer face.
God you good morrow, gentlemen.
Oh, God give you good Eden, fair gentlewoman.
Is it good Eden?
'Tis no less, I tell you, for the broady hand of the dial is now on the prick of noon.
Oh, out upon you, what a manner you.
One gentlewoman that God hath made himself to mar.
By my troth, it is well said, for himself to mar, quoth he. Gentlemen, can any of you tell me where I may find the young Romeo?
I can tell you. But young Romeo will be older when you have found him than he was when you sought him. I am the youngest of that name, for fault of a worse.
You say well.
Yea, is the worst well? Very well. Faith, wisely. Wisely.
If you be he, sir, I desire some confidence with you.
She will indict him to some supper.
Aboard, aboard, Thor adventure ho!
What hast thou found?
No hare, sir, unless a hare, sir, in a London pie is something stale and horrid ere be spent. A sea shanty! An old hare whore, and an old hare whore is very good meat in Lent, but a hare that is whore is too much for a score when whore's it ere be spent. Oh. Romeo, will you come to your father's? We'll to dinner thither.
I will follow you.
Farewell, ancient lady. Farewell, lady, 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 lady.
I pray you, sir, what saucy merchant was this that was so full of his ropery?
A gentleman, nurse, that loves to hear himself talk. And will speak more in a minute than he will stand to in a month.
And he speak anything against me, I'll take him down, and he were lustier than he is, and 20 such jacks. And if I cannot, I'll find those that shall. Scurvy knave. I am none of his flirt gills. I am none of his skein mates. And thou must stand by too, and suffer every knave to use me at his pleasure.
I saw no man use you at his pleasure. If I had, my weapon should have been quickly drawn out. I warrant you, I draw as soon as another man if I see occasion and a good quarrel, and the law of my side.
Now, afore God, I am so vexed that every part about me quivers. Scurvy knave. Pray you, sir, a word. And as I told you, my young lady bid me inquire you out. What she bid me say, I will keep to myself. But first, let me tell you, if you should lead her into a fool's paradise, as they say, it were a very gross kind of behavior, as they say. For the gentlewoman is young. And therefore, if you should deal double with her, truly it were an ill thing to be offered to any gentlewoman, and very weak dealing.
Madam, nurse, commend me to thy lady and mistress. I protest unto thee.
Good heart, and in faith I will tell her as much. Lord, Lord, she will be a joyful woman.
What wilt thou tell her, nurse? Thou dost not mark me.
I will tell her, sir, that you do protest, which, as I take it, is a gentlemanlike offer.
Bid her devise some means to come to Shrift this afternoon, and there she shall at Friar Lawrence's cell be shrived and married. Here is for thy pains.
No, truly, sir, not a penny.
Go to, I say you shall.
This afternoon, sir? Well, she shall be there.
And stay, good nurse, behind the abbey wall. Within this hour my man shall be with thee, and bring thee cords made like a tackled stair, which, to the high top gallant of my joy, must be my convoy in the secret night. Farewell. Be trusty, and I'll quit thy pains. Farewell. Commend me to thy mistress.
Now, God in heaven bless thee. Hark you, sir.
What sayest thou, dear nurse?
Is your man secret? Did you ne'er hear say two may keep counsel, putting one away?
Warrant thee, my man's as true as steel.
Well, sir, my mistress is the sweetest lady. Lord, Lord, when 'twas a little prating thing. Oh, there is a noble woman in town, one Glimmer, that would fain lay knife aboard, but she, good soul, had as lief see as a load, a very toad, as see them. I anger her sometimes, and tell her that Glimmer is the proper one, but I'll warrant you when I say so, she looks as pale as any clout in the versal world. Doth not Rosemary and Romeo both begin with a letter?
Ay, nurse, what of that? Both with an R.
Ay, mocker, that's the dog's name. R is for no, I know it begins with some other letter, and she hath the prettiest sententious of it. If you and of Rosemary, that it would do you good to hear it.
Commend me to thy lady.
Aye, 1,000 times. Peter.
It's Star-Lord, man.
before and apace.
Back to the rooms of the impatient Juliet, hoping the nurse will return with a message from her beloved Romeo.
Clock struck 9 when I did send the nurse. In half an hour she promised to return. Perhaps she cannot meet him. That's not so. She is lame. Love's herald should be thoughts which 10 times faster collides than the sun's beams, driving back shadows over lowering hills. Therefore do nimble pinioned doves draw love, and therefore hath the wind-swift Cupid wings. Now is the sun upon the highmost hill. Up this day's journey, and from 9 till 12 is 3 hours long, and yet she is not come. Had she affections and warm youthful blood, she would be as swift in motion as a ball. My words would bandy her to my sweet love, and his to me. But old folks, many feign as they were dead, unwieldy, slow, heavy, and pale as lead. Oh God, here she comes. Oh, honey nurse, what news? Hast thou met with him? Send thy man away.
Peter, Star-Lord, stay at the gate.
Now, good sweet nurse. O Lord, why look'st thou sad? Though news be sad, yet tell them merrily. If good, thou shamest the music of sweet news by playing it to me with so sour a face.
I am weary. Give me leave a while. Fie, how my bones ache. What a jaunt have I.
Oh, I would thou hadst my bones and I thy news. Nay, come, I pray thee, speak. Good nurse, speak.
Jesu, what haste! Can you not stay a while? Do you not see that I am out of breath?
Why art thou out of breath, when thou hast breath to say to me that thou art out of breath? The excuse that thou dost make in this delay is longer than the tale thou dost excuse. Is thy news good or bad? Answer to that. Say either, and I'll state the circumstance. Let me be satisfied. Is it good or bad?
Well, you have made a simple choice. You know not how to choose a man. Romeo, no, not he. Though his face be better than any man's, yet his leg excels all men's. And for a hand and a foot and a body, though they be not talked on, yet they are past compare. He is not the flower of courtesy, but I'll warrant him as gentle as a lamb. Go thy ways, wench, serve God. Oh, what, have you dined at home?
No, but all this I did know before. What says he of our marriage? What of that?
Lord, how my head aches. What a head have I. It beats as it would fall in 20 pieces. My back on the other side. Oh, my back. My back. Ooh, beshrew your heart for sending me about to catch my death with jaunting up and down.
Faith, I am sorry that thou art not known. Sweet nurse, tell me, what says my love?
Your love says, like an honest gentleman, and a courteous, and a kind, and a handsome, and I warrant a virtuous. Oh, where's your mother?
Where's my mother? Why, she is within. Where should she be? How oddly thou repliest. Your love says, like an honest gentleman. Where is your mother?
God's lady dear, are you so hot? Marry, come up, I trow. Is this the poultice for my aching bones? Henceforward do your messages yourself.
Here's such a cold. Come, what says Romeo?
Have you got leave to go to shrift today?
I have.
Then hie you hence to Friar Sanchez's cell. There stands a husband to make you a wife. Now comes the wanton blood upon your cheeks. They'll be in scarlet straight at any news. Hie you to church. I must another way to fetch a ladder by the which your love must climb a bird's nest soon when it is dark. I am the drudge and toil in your delight, but you shall bear the burden soon at night. Go, all to dinner. Hie you to the cell.
Hie to high fortune, honest nurse. Farewell.
Here in the cell of blessed Friar Rick, Romeo waits, and just as impatiently as Juliet.
So smile the heavens upon this holy act, but after hours with sorrow chide us not.
Amen, amen. But come what sorrow can, it cannot countervail the exchange of joy that one short minute gives me in her sight. Do thou but close our hands with holy words, then love devouring death do what he dare. It is enough I may but call her mine.
These violent delights have violent ends, and in their triumph die like fire and powder, which, as they kiss, consume. The sweetest honey is loathsome in its own deliciousness, and in the taste confounds the appetite. Therefore, love moderately. Long love doth so. Too swift arrives as tardy as too slow. Here comes the lady. Oh, so light a foot will ne'er wear out the everlasting flint. A lover may bestride the gossamers that idles in the wanton summer air, and yet not fall, so light is vanity.
Good even to my ghostly confessor.
Romeo shall thank thee, daughter, for us both.
As much him, else is his thanks too much.
Oh, Juliet, if the measure of thy joy be heaped like mine, and that thy skill be more to blazon it, then sweeten with thy breath this neighbor air, and let rich music's tongue unfold the imagined happiness that both receive in either by this dear encounter.
Concede, more rich in matter than in words, brags of his substance, not of ornament. They are but beggars that can count their worth. But my true love is grown to such excess I cannot sum up half my wealth.
Come with me, and we will make short work, for by your leaves you shall not stay alone till Holy Church incorporate two in one.
Will the feud between House Marvel and House DC tear Romeo and Juliet apart? Find out in the next episode after this 10-minute intermission.
And now it's time for Sea Shanties with Seahawk, the part of the show where Seahawk comes out and sings a sea shanty.
Wait. I said intermission, not sea shanty. New rule. Unless you are explicitly Aquaman, you're banned from singing sea shanties. If you want to sing, you'll have to show me your friendly neighborhood disembodied announcer, semi-omnipotent narrator, some sort of identification that says you're Aquaman, but only after intermission when the show must go on anyways.
Fine, okay? I will.
Intermission. Welcome back. So, if you are joining us for the first time, here's what you missed. Okay, so Rocket and Groot were like hanging out and talking about how super cool and fighty they are, and then Green Lantern was like, "I'm walking by," and they were like, "We should just fight that guy, and so we don't get in trouble for not fighting the guy." And Benvolio was like, "No, don't fight!" And Tybalt was like, "Tybalt, smash!" And they fought, and there was like a brawl or whatever. And then She-Ra showed up and shut the fight down, and basically told Team Marvel they were in trouble, and told Team DC they were in trouble too, but they had to come in later to find out how much. And then Romeo showed up and was like, "I'm sad because I'm in love." And Benvolio was like, "Dude, gross." And then Glimmer was like, "I want to marry Juliet." And Thor was like, "Get to know her first. I'll throw a party or something." And Glimmer was like, "Cool." And then Thor and Black Widow were like, "Let's throw a party, but send an illiterate servant with the invitations." Glimmer was like, "Sounds legit." So then Raccoon was like, "Hey, Romeo, can you read?" And he's like, "Yeah, bro, why?" And then the Raccoon is like, "Read this," and hands him the invitation list for the party and is like, "You should come too. It's going to be dope." Then Lady Natasha and the nurse are like, "Juliet, you're gonna marry Glimmer." And Juliet is like, "Cool, I guess." And then Seahawk told a story about a dream, and it was weird, but he's close to She-Ra, so no one could really stop him from monologuing. And then Romeo and Juliet met and obviously fell stupid in love, but Tybalt saw Romeo at the party and was like, "Tybalt, smash!" And after the party, Romeo is sighing and wandering in the orchard and happens to wander under Juliet's balcony as she is professing her love for him, and they're all like, "Heart eyes." So then Romeo goes to Friar Rick Sanchez because he needed help planning how to love Juliet. But Wonder Woman and Seahawk have news of a challenge from Tybalt, and then the nurse shows up with a message from Juliet. Meanwhile, Seahawk sings a sea shanty. Then the nurse sends Juliet to the friar for confession, if by confession you mean secretly marrying Romeo. And so that was the first half. So now Seahawk and Wonder Woman are out and about and in a fighting kind of mood.
I pray thee, oh good Seahawk, let's retire. The day is hot, the marvels are broad, and if we meet, we shall not scape a brawl.
Thou art like one of those fellows that, when he enters the confines of a tavern, claps me his sword upon the table, and says, "God grant me no need of thee," and then by the operation of the second cup, draws on him the drawer when there is indeed no need.
Am I like such a fellow?
Come. Thou art as hot as any jack in a mood in Italy, and as soon to be moved as moody, and as soon moody to be moved.
And what two?
Nay, and there were two such, we would have none shortly, for one would kill the other. Thou which wilt quarrel a man that hath a hair more or less in his beard than thou hast. Thou wilt quarrel with a man for cracking nuts, having no other reason, but thou hast hazel eyes. Would I but such an eye would spy out such a quarrel? Thy head is as full of quarrels as an egg is full of meat, and yet thy head hath been as beaten as addle as an egg for quarreling. Thou hast quarrelled with a man for coughing in the street, because he has wakened thy dog that is laid asleep in the sun. Does that not fall out with the tailor for wearing his new doublet before Easter? With another for tying his shoes with old ribbon? And yet thou wilt tutor me for quarreling?
And I were so apt to quarrel as thou art. Any man should buy the fee simple of my life for an hour and a quarter.
Fee simple? Simple!
Speaking of fighting mood, here comes the quarrelsome Tybalt along with Peter Quill. I mean, Star-Lord.
By my head, here comes the Marvel House.
My heel, I care not.
Follow me close, for I will speak with them. Gentlemen, good evening. A word with one of you.
And but one word with one of us? Couple it with something. Make it a word and a blow.
You shall find me apt enough to that, sir, and you will give me occasion.
Could you not take some occasion without giving?
Oh, mighty seagull, thou consortest with Romeo.
Consort? What, dost thou make us minstrels? And thou make minstrels of us, look to hear nothing but discords. Here is my fiddlestick. Here's thou shall make you dance, zoons. consort.
Oh, we talk here in the public haunt of men. Either withdraw unto some private place, or reason coldly of your grievances, or else depart. Here all eyes gaze upon us.
Men's eyes were made to look, and let them gaze. I will not budge for no man's pleasure.
Brush from his marital...
YMC hawk, I am. If you're looking for adventure, then I am your man. If you want to ride on the winds of blue, through perilous winds, I got
Fresh from his marital vows with Juliet,
Romeo
Romeo enters...
What I know sure is
Romeo enters to see his cousin by marriage, ready to smash.
Adventure. Ha!
Well, peace be with you, sir. Here comes my man.
But I'll be hanged, sir, if he wear your livery. Marry, go before the field, and he'll be your follower. Your worship, in that sense, may call him man.
Romeo, the love I bear thee can afford no better term than this. Thou art a villain.
Tybalt, the reason that I have to love thee doth much excuse the appertaining rage to such a greeting. Villain am I none. Therefore farewell, I see thou knowest me not.
Boy, this shall not excuse the injuries that thou hast done me. Therefore,
turn and draw.
I do protest I never injured thee, but love thee better than thou canst devise, till thou shalt know the reason of my love. And so, good Marvelite, which name I tender as dearly as mine own, be satisfied.
Oh, come, dishonorable, vile submission. La staccato carries it away. Tybalt, rat catcher, will you walk?
what wouldst thou have with me?
Good king of cats. Nothing but one of your 9 lives that I mean to make bold withal, and as you shall use me hereafter, dry beat the rest of the 8. Will you pluck your sword out of his pilcher by the ears? Make haste, lest mine be about your ears ere it be out.
Oh, smash.
Gentle Seahawk, put thy rapier up.
Gentle, sir, your passado.
Draw, Benvolio, beat down their weapons. Gentlemen, for shame forbear this outrage. Tybalt, Seahawk, Shira expressly hath forbid this bandying in Verona's streets. Hold, Tybalt, good Seahawk.
Oh.
Wait, Tybalt!
I am hurt. A plague on both your houses. I am sped. Oh, is he gone and have nothing?
What? Art thou hurt?
Scratch. Very scratch. There's enough. Go, villain, fetch a surgeon.
Courage, man. The hurt cannot be much.
Oh, no, not so deep as a well, or so wide as a church door, but there's enough. Oh, I'm peppered. Ask for me tomorrow and you'll find me a brave man. A plague on both your houses. Zones. A rat. A mouse. A cat to bruise a man to death. A braggart and a rogue. A villain that fights by the book of arithmetic. Why the devil came you between us? I was hurt under your arm.
I thought all for the best.
Oh. Help me into some house, Benvolio. I shall faint. A plague. Both your houses. They have made worms meat of me. I have it. And soundly, too. Your houses!
This gentleman, the prince's near ally, my very friend, hath got this mortal hurt on my behalf. My reputation stained with Tybalt slander, Tybalt that an hour hath been my cousin. Oh, sweet Juliet, thy beauty hath made me effeminate, and in my temper softened Valor's steel.
Oh, Romeo. Romeo, brave Mercutio is dead. That gallant spirit hath aspired the clouds, which too untimely here did scorn the earth.
This day's black fate, on more days doth end. This but begins the woe others must end.
Oh, here comes the furious Tybalt back again!
Alive and triumphant, Seahawk slain. Wait, heaven, respective lenity, and fire-eyed fury be my conduct now. Now, Tybalt, take the villain back again that late thou gavest me, for Seahawk's soul is but a little way above our heads, staying for thine to keep him company. Either thou or I, or both, must go with him.
A puny god that didst consort him here.
Shalt with him hence.
This shall determine that. Ha!
Both smash.
Romeo, away, begone! The citizens are up, and Tybalt slain! Stand not amazed! Shira will doom thee death if thou art taken! Hence, begone away!
Oh, I am fortune's fool!
Why dost thou stay?
Hearing the latest fights erupting in the streets of Etheria, Shira, Princess of Power, with the patriarchs and matriarchs of both houses DC and Marble, enters.
Where are the vile beginners of this fray?
O noble princess, I can discover all the unlucky manage of this fatal brawl. There lies the man slain by young Romeo that slew thy kinsman, brave Seahawk.
Tybalt, my cousin, oh, my brother's child, oh, princess, oh, cousin, husband. Oh, the blood is spilled of my dear kinsman. Shira, as thou art true, for blood of ours shed blood of those that slew. Cousin.
Benvolio, who began this bloody fray?
Tybalt here slain, whom Romeo's hand did slay. Romeo that spoke him fair, did him bethink how nice the quarrel was, and urged with all your high displeasure. All this uttered with gentle breath, calm look, knees humbly bowed, could not take truce with the unruly spleen of Tybalt, deaf to peace, but that he tilts with piercing fists at bold Seahawk's breast, who all as hot turns deadly point to fist, and with a martial scorn, with one hand beats cold death aside, and with the other sends it back to Tybalt, whose dexterity retorts it. Romeo, he cries aloud, "Hold! Friends, friends, part!" And swifter than his tongue, his agile arm beats down their fatal points, and twixt them rushes, underneath whose arm an envious fist from Tybalt hit the life of stout Seahawk. And then Tybalt fled, but by and by comes back to Romeo, who had but newly entertained revenge, and to it they go like lightning, for ere I could draw to part them was stout Tybalt slain. And as he fell, did Romeo turn and fly. This is the truth, or let Benvolio die.
She is a kinsman to the DC crew. Affection makes her false. She speaks not true. Some 20 of them fought in this black strife, and all those 20 could but kill one life. I beg for justice, which thou, She-Ra, must give. Romeo slew Tybalt. Romeo must not live.
Romeo slew him. He slew our Seahawk. Who now the price of his dead blood doth owe?
Not Romeo, princess. He was good Seahawk's friend. His fault concludes but what the law should end, the life of Tybalt.
And for that offence, immediately we do exile him hence. I have an interest in your heart's proceeding. My blood for your rude brawls doth lie a-bleeding. But I'll amerce you with so strong a fine, that you shall all repent the loss of mine. I will be deaf to pleading and excuses, nor tears nor prayers shall purchase out abuses. Therefore use none. Let Romeo hence in haste, else when he is found, that hour is his last. Hence this body, and attend our will. Mercy but murders, pardoning those that kill.
Blissfully ignorant to the excitement in the streets, Juliet waits for her wedding night.
Gallop apace, ye fiery-footed steeds, towards Phoebus' lodging. Oh, such a wagoner's phaeton would whip you to the west and bring in cloudy night immediately. Spread thy close curtain, love performing night, that runaway eyes may wink. And Romeo leap to these arms, untalked of and unseen. All lovers concede to do their amorous rites by their own beauties. Or, if love be blind, it best agrees with night. Come, civil knight, thou sober-suited matron all in black, and learn me how to lute a winning match laid for a pair of stainless maidenhoods. Oh, hood my unmanned blood, bathing my cheeks with thy black mantle to strange love. Her fault, think true love acted simple modesty. Come, night. Oh, come, Romeo, come, thou day and night. But thou would lie upon the wings of night, with whiter than new snow upon a raven's back. Oh, come, gentle night, come, loving black-browed night. Oh, give me my Romeo. And when I shall die, take him and cut him out in little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun. Oh, I have bought the mansion of a love, but not possessed it, and though I am sold, will not yet enjoy it. Oh, so tedious is this day, as is the night before some festival to an impatient child that hath new robes, and may not wear them. Oh, here comes my nurse, and she brings news, and every tongue that speaks but Romeo's name speaks heavenly eloquence. Now, nurse, what news? What hast thou there? The cords that Romeo bid thee fetch?
Aye, the cords.
Ay me, what news? Why dost thou wring thy hands?
Where a day, he's dead. He's dead, he's dead. We are undone, lady. We are undone. Lack the day, he's gone. He's killed, he's dead.
Can heaven be so envious?
Romeo can, though heaven cannot. Oh, Romeo. Romeo, whoever would have thought it, Romeo.
What devil art thou that dost torment me thus? This torture should be roared in a dismal hell. Hath Romeo slain himself? Say thou, but I, and that bare vowel I shall poison more than the death-darting eye of a cockatrice. I am not I, if there be such an eye, or those eyes shut that make the answer I, if he be slain. Say I, if not, no. Oh, brief sounds determine my weal or woe.
saw the wound. I saw it with mine eyes. God save the mark here on his manly breast. A piteous course, a bloody, piteous course, pale as ashes, all bedaubed in blood. All in gore blood. I swooned at the sight.
Oh, break my heart. Poor bankrupt, break it once. To prison eyes ne'er look on liberty. I'll earth to earth recite in emotion here, and thou and Romeo press one heavy bier.
Tybalt, the best friend I had, oh, courteous Tybalt, honest gentleman, that ever I should live to see thee dead.
What storm is this that blows so contrary? Is Romeo slaughtered and Tybalt dead? My dear cousin and my dear lord. Then dreadful trumpet sound the general doom. Who is living if those two are gone?
Tybalt is gone, and Romeo banished. Romeo that killed him, he is banished.
Oh God, did Romeo's hand shed Tybalt's blood?
It did, alack, the day it did.
You serpent heart hid with a flowering face, did ever dragon keep so fair a cave? Beautiful tyrant, fiend angelical, dove-feathered raven, wolvish ravening lamb, despised substance of divinest show, just opposite to what thou justly seemst, a damned saint, an honorable villain. Nature, what hadst thou do in hell when thou didst devour the spirit of a fiend in mortal paradise of such sweet flesh? Oh, was ever book containing such vile manners so fairly bound, or that deceit should dwell in such a gorgeous palace?
There's no trust, no faith, no honesty in them, all perjured, all forsworn, all not, all dissemblers. Oh, where's my man? Give me some aqua vitae. These griefs, these woes, these heroes make me old. Shame come to Romeo.
Blistered be thy tongue for such a wish. He was not born to shame. Upon his brow, shame is a shame to sit, for 'tis a throne where honor may be crowned, sole monarch of universal earth. Oh, what a beast was I to chide at him!
Will you speak well of him that killed your cousin?
Shall I speak ill of him that is my husband? Oh, poor my lord, what tongue shall smooth thy name when I, thy 3 hours wife, have mangled it? Wherefore, villain, didst thou kill my cousin? That cousin could have killed my husband. Back, foolish tears, back to your native spring. Your tributary drops belong to woe, which you, mistaking offer up to joy. My husband lives, that Tybalt would have slain, and Tybalt's dead, that would have slain my husband. All this is comfort. Where were we by then? Some word there was, worser than Tybalt's death, that murdered me. I would forget it vain, but oh, it presses to my memory like damned guilty deeds to sinners' minds. Tybalt is dead and Romeo is banished. But banished, that one word, banished, hath slain 10,000 Tybalts. Tybalt's death was woe enough, and it ended there. Our sour woe delights in fellowship, and needly will be ranked with other griefs. I followed not, and she said Tybalt's dead. Thy father, thy mother, nay, or both, which modern lamentation might have moved, but with the real word following Tybalt's death. Romeo is banished. To speak that word is father, mother, Tybalt, Romeo, Juliet, all slain, all dead. Romeo is banished. There is no end, no measure, limit bound to that word's death. No words can that woe sound. Where's my father and my mother, nurse?
Weeping and wailing over Tybalt's corse. Will you go to them? I will bring you hither.
Wash his wounds with my tears. Mine shall be spent when theirs are dry for Romeo's banishment. Take up these cords. Poor ropes. You are beguiled, both you and I, for Romeo is exiled. He hath made you for highway to a bed, but I am made. Die maiden widowed, come cords, come nurse. I'll to my wedding bed. Death, not Romeo, take my maidenhead.
Hie you to your chamber. I'll find Romeo to comfort you. I wot well where he is. Hark you, your Romeo will be here at night. I'll to him. He is hid at Sinch's cell.
Oh, find him. Give this ring to my true knight, and bid him come to take his last farewell.
Back in Friar Sanchez's garage lab, Romeo hides, waiting to hear the judgment of Shira.
Romeo, come forth! Come forth, you scaredy cat! Affliction is enamored of thy parts, and thou art wedded to calamity.
Father, what news? What is Shira's doom? What sorrow craves acquaintance at my hand that I yet know not?
Too familiar is my dear son with such sour company. I bring thee tidings of Shira's doom.
What less than doomsday is Shira's doom?
A gentler judgment vanished from his lips, her lips. Not body's death, but body's banishment.
Huh. Banishment? Be merciful, say death, for exile hath more terror in his look, much more than death. Do not say banishment.
Here from Etheria art thou banished. Be patient, for the world is broad and wide.
There is no world without ethereal walls, but purgatory, torture, hell itself. Hence banished is banished from the world, and world's exile is death. Then banished is death mistermed. Calling death banished, thou cutt'st my head off with a golden axe and smilest upon the stroke that murders me.
Oh, deadly sin. Oh, rude unthankfulness. Thy fault our law calls death. But the kind princess, taking thy part, hath rushed aside the law and turned that black word death to banishment. This is dear mercy, and thou seest not.
'Tis torture and not mercy. Heaven is here where Juliet lives, and every cat and dog and little mouse, every unworthy thing, live here in heaven and may look on her, but Romeo may not. More validity, more honorable state, more courtship lives in carrion flies than Romeo. They may seize on the white wonder of dear Juliet's hand and steal immortal blessing from her lips, who even in pure and vestal modesty still blush as thinking their own kisses sin. But Romeo may not, he is banished. Flies may do this, but I from this must fly. They are free men, but I am banished. And sayest thou yet that exile is not death? Hadst thou no poison mixed, no sharp ground knife, no sudden mean of death, though ne'er so mean, but banished to kill me? Banished. Oh, friar, the damned use that word in hell, howling attends it. How hast thou the heart, being a divine, a ghostly confessor, a sin absolver, and my friend, professed to mangle me with that word banished?
Thou fond madman, hear me a little speak.
Oh, thou wilt speak again of banishment.
I'll give thee armor to keep off that word. Adversity's sweet milk, philosophy, to comfort thee, though thou art banished.
Yet banished? Hang up philosophy, unless philosophy can make a Juliet. Displant a town, reverse our Shira's doom. It helps not, it prevails not. Talk no more.
Oh, then I see that madmen have no ears.
How should they, when the wise men have no eyes?
Let me dispute with thee of thy estate.
Thou canst not speak of that thou dost not feel. Wert thou as young as I, Juliet thy love, an hour but married, Tybalt murdered, doting like me, and like me, banished, then mightst thou speak, then mightst thou tear thy hair and fall upon the ground as I do now, taking the measure of an unmade grave.
Arise, One knocks. Good Romeo, hide thyself.
Not I, unless the breath of heartsick groans mist-like enfold me from the search of eyes.
Hark how they knock. Who's there? Romeo, arise, thou wilt be taken. Stay a while. Stand up. Run to my study. By and by. God's will, what simpleness is this? I come. Who knocks so hard? Whence come you? What's your will?
Let me come in and you shall know my errand. I come from Lady Juliet.
Oh, welcome then.
Oh, holy friar, tell me, holy friar, where's my lady's lord? Where's Romeo?
There on the ground, with his own tears made drunk.
Oh, he is even in my mistress's case, just in her case. Woeful sympathy, piteous predicament. Even so lies she, blubbering and weeping, weeping and blubbering. Stand up! Stand up, stand, and you be a man. For Juliet's sake, for her sake, rise and stand. Why should you fall into so deep an O?
Nurse.
Sir, death's the end of all.
Speakest thou of Juliet? How is't with her? Does she not think me an old murderer, now I have stained the childhood of our joy with blood removed but little from her own? Where is she? How doth she? And what says my concealed lady to our cancelled love?
She says nothing, sir, but weeps, and now falls on her bed, and then starts up, and Tybalt cries, and then on Romeo cries, and then down falls again.
As if that name shot from the deadly level of a gun did murder her, as that name's cursed hand murdered her kinsman. Oh, tell me, friar, tell me, in what vile part of this anatomy doth my name lodge? Tell me that I may sack the hateful mansion.
Oh, hold thy desperate hand. Art thou Kryptonian? Thy form cries out, thou art. Thy tears are humanish. Thy wild acts denote the unreasonable fury of a beast. Unseemly human in a seeming god, and ill-beseeming beast in seeming birth. Thou hath amazed me. By my holy order, I thought thy disposition better tempered. Hast thou slain Tybalt? Wilt thou slay thyself, and slay thy lady that in thy life lives by doing damned hate upon thyself? Why railest thou on thy birth to heaven and earth? Since birth and heaven and earth all three do meet in thee at once, which thou at once wouldst lose. Fie, thou shamest thy shape, thy love, thy wit, which like an usurer is aboundest in all, and usest none in that true use indeed, which should bedeck thy shape, thy love, thy wit. Thy noble shape is but a form of wax, digressing from the valor of a man. Thy dear love sworn but hollow perjury, killing that love which thou hast vowed to cherish. Thy wit, an ornament to shape and love, misshapen in the conduct of them both, like powder in a skilless soldier's flask, is set afire by thine own ignorance, and now dismembered with thine own defense. What? Rouse thee, Kryptonian, thy Juliet is alive, for whose dear sake thou wast but lately dead. There art thou happy. Tybalt will kill thee, but thou suest Tybalt. There art thou happy. The law that threatened death becomes thy friend and turns it to exile. There art thou happy. A pack of blessings light upon thy back. Happiness courts thee in her best array. But like a misbehaved and sullen Lex Luthor, thou pouts upon thy fortune and thy love. Take heed, for such die miserable. Go get thee to thy love as was decreed. Ascend her chamber. Hence and comfort her. But look thou stay not till the watch be set, for then thou canst not pass to Metropolis, where thou shalt live till we can find a time to blaze your marriage, reconcile your friends, beg pardon of the princess, and call thee back with 20,000, 100,000,000 bazillion times more joy than then thou wentst forth in lamentation. Go before, nurse. Commend me to thy lady, and bid her hasten all the house to bed, which heavy sorrow makes them apt unto. Romeo is coming.
My lord, I could have stayed here all the night to hear good counsel. What learning is. My lord, I'll tell my lady you will come.
Do so and bid my sweet prepare to chide.
Oh, here, sir, ring she bid me give you, sir. Hi, you. Make haste, for it grows very late.
How well my comfort is revived by this.
Go hence. Good night, and here stands all your state. Either be gone before the watch be set, or by the break of day disguised from hence. Sojourn in metropolis. I'll find out your man, and he shall signify from time to time every good hap to you that chances here. Give me thy hand. 'Tis late. Farewell. Good night.
But that a joy past joy calls out on me, it were a grief so brief to part with thee. Farewell.
Now Thor and Lady Natasha Romanoff, Juliet's parents, entertain her would-be fiancée, Princess Glimmer.
Things have fallen out, dear. So unluckily that we have had no time to move our daughter. Look you, she loved her kinsman Banner dearly. So did I. Well, you were born to die. It is very late. Shall not come down tonight. I promise you, before your company, I would have been in bed an hour ago.
These times of woe afford no times to woo. Madam, good night. Commend me to your Juliet.
I will, and know her mind early tomorrow. Tonight she's mewed up in her heaviness.
Fair Glimmer, I will make a desperate tender of my child's love. I think she will be ruled in all respects here. All respects by me. Nay, more, I doubt it not. Wife, go you to her ere you go to bed. Acquaint her with here my dear Glimmer's love, and bid her, mark you me, on Wednesday next. But stop, what day is this?
Monday, good Thor.
Monday? Well, Wednesday is too soon. Oh, Thursday, let it be. Oh, Thursday, tell her she shall be married to this noble earl. Will you be ready? Do you like this haste? We'll keep no great ado, a friend or two. For, hark you, Tybalt, being slain so early, being slain so late, it may be thought we held him carelessly, being our kinsman we revelled much. Therefore, we'll have some half a dozen friends, and there an end. But what say you to Thursday?
My lord, I would that Thursday were tomorrow.
We'll get you gone. Oh, Thursday be it then. Go you to Juliet, ere you go to bed. Prepare her, wife, against this wedding day. Farewell, Glimmer. Light to my chamber. Ho! Before me, it is so very late that we may call it early by and by. Good night.
The sweet smell of morning, the morning after their wedding, and the fights and deaths which led to Romeo's banishment. The lovers are up at dawn, trying to say goodbye.
Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. The nightingale, not the lark, that pierced the fearful hollow thine ear. Nightly she sings on yon pomegranate tree. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
Was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale? Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Yon light is not daylight. I know it. It is some meteor that the sun exhaled to be with thee this night, or a torch bear it and light thee on thy way to metropolis. Therefore stay yet. Thou needst not to be gone.
Oh, let me be ta'en, let me be put to death. I am content, so thou wilt have it so. I'll say yon grey is not the morning's eye, 'tis but the pale reflex of Cynthia's brow. Nor that is not the lark whose notes do beat the vaulty heavens so high above our heads. I have more care to stay than will to go. Come, death, and welcome! Juliet wills it so. How is't, my soul? Let's talk. It is not day.
It is. I hence be gone away. It is the lark that sings so out of tune, straining harsh discords and pleasing sharps. Some say the lark makes sweet division. This doth not so, for she divided us. Some say the lark and low toad had changed eyes. And so now I would they changed voices too, since arm from arm that voice doth us affray, hunting thee hence up to the day. Now begone, more light and light it grows.
More light and light, more dark and dark our woes.
Madam,
nurse,
your lady mother is coming to your chamber. The day is broke. Be wary, look about.
Then window, let day in, and let life out.
Farewell, farewell. One kiss and I'll descend.
Art thou gone so, thou Lord, a husband, friend? I must hear from thee every day in the hour, for in a minute there are many days. Oh, by this count I shall be much in years ere I again behold my Romeo.
Farewell. I will omit no opportunity that may convey my greetings, love, to thee.
Oh, thinkst thou we shall ever meet again?
I doubt it not, and all these woes shall serve for sweet discourses in our times to come.
Oh God, I have an ill-divining soul. Methinks I see thee now, as thou art so low as one dead in the bottom of a tomb. Either thy or my eyesight fails, for thou lookst pale.
And trust me, love, in my eyes so do you. Dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu, adieu.
Oh, fortune, fortune, all men call thee fickle. If thou art fickle, what dost thou with him that is renowned for faith? Be fickle, fortune, but then I hope thou wilt not keep him long, but send him back.
With curious timing, Juliet's mother arrives to talk, mostly of vengeance, but then also of marriage.
Oh, daughter, are you up?
Who is it that calls? It is my lady mother. She is not so down or late, so early. What accustomed cause procedures her hither?
Why, how now, Juliet?
Madam, I am not well.
Evermore weeping for your cousin's death. What? Wilt thou wash him from his grave with tears? And if thou couldst not make him live. Therefore have done. Some grief shows much of love, but much of grief shows some want of wit.
Yet let me weep for such a feeling loss.
So you shall feel the loss, but not the friend which you weep for.
Feeling so the loss, I cannot choose but ever weep for the friend.
Well, the girl, thou weeps not so much for his death, as that the villain lives which slaughtered him.
What villain, madam?
That same villain, Romeo.
Villain, and he may be many miles asunder. God pardon him. I do with all my heart, and yet no man like he doth grieve my heart.
That is because the traitor murderer lives.
I, madam, from the reach of these hands would none but I venge my cousin's death.
We will have vengeance for it, fear thou not. Then weep no more. I'll send to one in Metropolis, where that same banished renegade doth live. Shall give him such an unaccustomed dram, that he soon shall keep Tybalt company, and then, I hope, thou wilt be satisfied.
Indeed, I never shall be satisfied with Romeo until I behold him. dead. Is my poor heart for so a kinsman vexed? Madam, if you could find out a man to bear poison, I would temper it, that Romeo should upon receipt thereof soon sleep in quiet. Oh, how my heart abhors to hear him name, and cannot come to him to wreak the love that I bore my cousin upon his body that hath slaughtered him.
Find out the means, and I'll find such a man. But now I'll tell thee joyful tidings, girl.
And joy comes well in such a needy time. What are they, beseech your ladyship?
Well, well, thou hast a careful father, child, one who, to put thee from thy heaviness, hath sorted out a sudden day of joy, that thou expectst not, nor I look not for.
Oh, madam, in happy time. What day is that?
Marry, my child, early next Thursday morn, the gallant, young, and noble commander, the Princess Glimmer, at St. Peter's Church, shall happily make thee a joyful bride.
Now, by St. Peter's Church and Peter too, she shall not make me there a joyful bride. I wonder at this haste that I must be wed ere she that should be my lover comes to woo. I pray you, tell my lord and father, madam, I will not marry yet. And when I do, I swear, it shall be Romeo, whom you know I hate, rather than Glimmer. Peace or news indeed.
Here comes your father. Tell him so yourself, and see how he will take it at your hands.
Joining the bedroom party, Juliet's father and nurse, because this was not awkward enough already.
The sun sets, the earth doth drizzle dew. But for the sunset of my brother's son, it rains down right. How now, conduit girl? What, still in tears? Evermore showering. One little body. Thou counterfeits a bark, a sea, a wind. But still, thy eyes, which I may call the sea, do ebb and flow with tears. The bark thy body is, sailing in the salt flood. The wind thy sighs, who, raging with thy tears, and they with them, without a sudden calm, will overset thy tempest-tossed body. How now, wife? Have you delivered to her our decree?
Aye, but she will none. She gives you thanks. And would the fool were married to her grave.
Soft, take me with you. Take me with you, wife. How will she none? Doth she not give thanks? Is she not proud? Doth she not count her blessed, unworthy as she is, that we've wrought so worthy a gentleman to be her bride?
Not proud you have, but thankful that you have. Proud can I never be of what I hate, but thankful, even for hate that is meant love.
How? Chopped logic? What is this? Proud, and I thank you, and I thank you not, and yet not proud? Mistress Minion, you, thank me no thankings, nor proud me no prouds. But fettle your fine joints against Thor's day next to go with Glimmer to St. Peter's Church, or I will drag thee on a hurtle thither. Out, you green sickness carrion! Out, you baggage tallow face!
Fie, what, are you mad?
Good father, I beseech you on my knees, hear me with patience but to speak a word.
Hang thee, baggage, young baggage, disobedient wretch. I tell thee what, get thee to church on Thursday. Never look me in the face. Speak not, reply not, do not answer me. My fingers itch. Wife, we scarce thought us blessed that Valhalla gave us but this only child. And now I see this one is too much. We have a curse in having her. Out on her, Hilding.
God in heaven bless her. You are to blame, my lord, to rate her so.
And why, my lady Wisdom? Hold your tongue, good Prudence. Spatter with your gossips. Go!
I speak no treason.
Ugh. God in Asgard.
May not one speak?
Peace, you mumbling fool. Utter your gravity over a gossip bowl, for here we need it not.
You are too hot.
God's spread, it makes me mad. Day, night, hour, tide, time, work, play. Alone, in company, still. My care hath been to have her matched. And now, having provided a gentleman of noble parentage, of noble demeans, youthful and nobly lined, stuffed, as they say, with honourable parts, proportioned as one's thought would wish a man, and then to have a wretched poling fool, who whining mammoth in her fortune's tender, to answer, I'll not wed, I cannot love. I am too young, I pray you pardon me. But an you will wed, I'll pardon you. Grace where you will, you shall not house with me. Look to it, think on it. I do not use to jest. Thursday is near. Lay hand on heart, advice. And you be mind, I'll give you my friend. And you be not, hang, beg, starve, die in the streets. For, by my soul, I'll never acknowledge thee, nor what is mine shall never do thee good. Thus to it, bethink you, I'll not be forsworn.
Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees the bottom of my grief? Oh, sweet, my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week. You do not make the bridal bed the dim monument where Tybalt lies.
Talk not to me. I'll not speak a word. Do as thou wilt. I have done with thee.
Oh God! Oh nurse, how shall this be prevented? My husband on earth, my faith is in heaven. How shall that faith return again to earth, unless that husband send me from heaven by leaving her? Comfort me, counsel me. Lack that heaven should practice strings upon so soft a subject as itself. What sayest thou? Hast thou not a word of joy? Some comfort, nurse.
Faith, here it is. Romeo is banished, and all the world to nothing that he dares ne'er come back to challenge you, or if he do, it needs be by stealth. Then since the case so stands as it now doth, I think it best you married with good Glimmer. Oh, she's a lovely, gentle one. Romeo's a dishclout to her. An eagle, madam, hath not so green, so quick, so fair an eye as Glimmer hath. Beshrew my very heart, I think you are happy in the second match, for it excels your first, or if it did not, your first is dead, or 'twere as good he were as living here, and you no use of him.
Speakst thou from thy heart?
And from my soul too, else beshrew them both.
Amen.
What?
Well, thou hast comforted me marvelous much. Go in and tell my lady I am gone, having displeased my father to prior itself to make confession and to be absolved.
Mary, I will. This is wisely done.
He ancient damnation, O most wicked fiend! Is it more than wish me thus forsworn, or to disgrace my lord with that same tongue, which ye have praised him with a pup compare so many thousand times? Go, counselor, thou and my bosom henceforth shalt twain. Go to the friar to know his remedy. Follows fail. Myself a Capulets die.
Meanwhile, it turns out even Princess Glimmer needs advice from Friar Sanchez.
On Thursday, ma'am? Time is very short.
My father Odinson will have it so, and I am nothing slow to slack his haste.
You say you do not know the lady's mind. Mine even is the chorus. I like it not.
Immoderately she weeps for Tybalt's death, and therefore have I little talk of love, for Venus smiles not in a house of tears. Now, sir, her father counts it dangerous that she do give her sorrows so much sway, and in his wisdom hastes our marriage to stop the inundation of her tears, which, too much minded by herself alone, may be put from her by society. Now do you know the reason of this haste?
I knew not why it should be slowed. Look, ma'am, here comes a lady toward my cell.
Happily met, my lady and my wife.
That may be, miss, when I may be a wife.
That may be, must be, love, on Thursday next.
What must be shall be.
That's a certain text.
Come you to make confession to this father?
To answer that, I should confess to you.
Do not deny to him that you love me.
I will confess to you that I love him.
So will you, I am sure, that you love me.
If I do so, it will be of more price being spoke behind your back than to your face.
Poor soul, thy face is much abused with tears.
The tears have got small victory by that, for it was bad enough before their spite.
Thou wrongest it more than tears with that report.
That is no slander here, which is truth, and what I spake it to my face.
Thy face is mine, and thou hast slandered it.
It may be so, for it is not mine own. Are you at leisure, Holy Father, now, or shall I come to you at evening mass?
My leisure serves me, pensive daughter, now. My lady, we must entreat this time alone.
God shield, I should disturb devotion. Juliet, on Thursday early will I rouse you. Till then, adieu, and keep this holy kiss.
Shut the door, and when thou hast done so, come weep with me past hope, past care, past help.
Oh, Juliet, I already know thy grief. It strains me past the compass of my wits. I hear thou must, and nothing may prolong it. On Thursday next, be married to this princess.
Tell me not, friar, that thou hearest of this, unless tell me thou how I may prevent it. If in thy wisdom thou canst give no help, do thou but call my resolution wise. With this knife, I'll help it presently. God joined my heart and Romeo's. Thou our hands, and ere this hand by these to Romeo sealed shall be the label to another deed. Or to my true heart with treacherous revolt turn to another, this shall slay them both. Therefore, out of thy long experience time, give me some present counsel. Behold, twixt my extremes, me and this bloody knife, shall play the umpire arbitrating that which the commission of thy years and art could to no leisure or true honor bring. Be not so long to speak. I long to die if what thou speaks not of remedy.
Oh, okay. Hold, daughter. I do spy a kind of hope, which craves as desperate as an execution, all as that is desperate which we would prevent. If rather than to marry Princess Glimmer, thou hast the strength of will to slay thyself, then is it likely thou wilt undertake a thing like death to chide away this shame that copes with death himself to escape from it? And if thou darest, I'll give thee remedy.
Oh, bid me leap rather than marry Glimmer from the battlements of any tower, or walk in thievish ways, or bid me lurk where serpents are, chain me with roaring bears, or hide me nightly in a charnel house, or covered with dead men's rattling bones with reeky shanks and yellow chapless skulls, or bid me go into a new maid grave and hide me with a dead man in a shroud. Things that to hear them told have made me tremble, and I will do it without fear or doubt, to live an unstained wife to my sweet love.
Whoa, then. Go home, be merry, and give consent to marry Glimmer. Wednesday is tomorrow. Tomorrow night, look that thou lie alone. Let not the nurse lie with thee in thy chamber. It's empty. Too strong. Take thou this vial, and being then in bed, and this distilling liquor drink thou off, when presently through all thy veins shall run a cold and drowsy humor, for no pulse shall keep his native progress, but surcease. No warmth, no breath shall testify thou livest. The roses in thy lips and cheeks shall fade to paly ash. Thy eyes' window fall like death when he shuts up the day of life. Each part, deprived of supple government, shall stiff and stark and cold appear like death. And in this borrowed likeness of shrunk death, thou shalt continue 42 hours, and then awake as from a pleasant sleep. Now, when the bridegroom in the morning comes to rouse thee from thy bed, there art thou dead. Then, as the manner of our country is, and thy best robes uncovered on the bier, thou shalt be borne to that same ancient vault where all the kindred of the marvels lie. In the meantime, against thou shalt awake, shall Romeo by my letters know our drift, and hither shall he come, and he and I will watch thy waking, and that very night shall Romeo bear thee hence to Metropolis. And this shall free thee from thy present shame, if no inconstant toyne nor womanish fear abate thy valor in the acting it.
Oh, give me, tell me not of fear.
All right, here we go. Hold, get you gone. Be strong and prosperous in this resolve. I'll send Friar Mort with speed to Metropolis with my letters to thy lord.
Oh, love, give me strength. Strength shall help afford. Farewell, dear friar.
Meanwhile, wedding planning is at full steam in House Marvel.
So many guests invite here, Rut. Sirrah, go hire me 20 cooks.
You shall have none ill, sir, for I'll try if they can lick their fingers.
How canst thou try them so?
Marry, sir, 'tis an ill cook that cannot lick his own fingers. Therefore, he that cannot lick his fingers goes not with me.
Go, be gone. Shall much time unfurnished for this. What, is my daughter gone to Friar Sanchez?
Aye, forsooth.
Well, he may chance to do some good on her. Peevish, self-willed harlotry it is.
See, where she comes from shrift with merry look.
How now, my headstrong? Where have you been gadding?
For I have learned me to repent the sin of disobedient opposition to you and your behests, and am enjoined by Holy Writ to now prostrate here. Beg your pardon, I beseech you. Henceforth I am ever ruled by you.
Send for good Glimmer. Go tell her of this. I'll have this knot and knit up tomorrow morning.
I met the youthful Glim at Sanchez's cell, and gave her what become love I might, not overstepping the bounds of modesty.
Why, I am glad on it. This is well. This is as it should be. Let me see the princess. Aye, Mary, go, I say, and fetch her hither. Now, before gods, this reverend holy friar, and our whole city is much bound to her.
Nurse, will you go with me into my closet to help me sort out much needful ornaments as you think fit to furnish me tomorrow?
No, not till Thursday. There's time enough.
Go, nurse, go with her. We'll to church tomorrow.
We shall be short in our provision. 'Tis now near night.
Tush, I will stir about, and all these things shall be well. I warrant thee, wife. Go thou to Juliet, help to deck her up. I'll not to bed tonight. Leave me alone. I'll play the housewife for this once. What ho! They are all forth. Well, I will walk myself to Princess Glimmer to prepare her up against tomorrow. My heart is wondrous light since this same wayward girl is so reclaimed.
Now in her rooms, Juliet prepares for the wedding to Glimmer.
Aye, those attires are best. But gentle nurse, I pray thee, leave me to myself tonight, for I have need of many orisons to move the heavens to smile upon my state, which thou knowest is cross and full of sin.
What? Huh? Are you busy, oh? Need you my help?
No, madam, we have culled such necessaries as are behoovel for our state tomorrow. So please you, let me now be left alone, and let the nurse this night sit up with you, for I'm sure you both have your hands full all in this so sudden business.
Good night. Get thee to bed and rest, for thou hast need.
Farewell. God knows when we shall meet again. I have a faint cold fear thrills through my veins that almost freezes up the heat of life. I'll call them back again to comfort me. Nurse! What should she do here? My dismal scene, I needs must act alone. Come, vile. What if this mixture do not work at all? Shall I be married then tomorrow morning? No, no, this shall prevent it. I will there. What if it be a poison which the friar subtly hath ministered to have him dead? Lest in this marriage he should be dishonored, because he married me before to Romeo. I fear it is. And yet methinks it is not, for he hath been tried a holy man. How if, when I am laid in the tomb, I wake before the time that Romeo come to redeem me? There is a fearful point. Shall I not then be stifled in the vault? And yet wake ere my Romeo comes? There's a fearful point. Shall I not then be stifled in the vault to whose foul mouth no healthsome air breathes in, and die or strangled ere my Romeo comes? Or if I live, is it not very like that horrible conceit of death and night, as in a vault, an ancient receptacle, where for many hundred years the bones of all my buried ancestors were packed, where lies Tybalt, Green, and the earth lies festering in a shroud, where, as they say, at some hours in the night spirits resort. Alack. Is it not like that I, so early waking, what with loathsome smells and shrieks, that like mandrakes torn out the earth, that living mortals hearing them run mad? Or if I wake, shall I not be distraught, environed with all those hideous fears, and madly play with my forefathers' joints, and pluck the mangled Tybalt from his shroud, and in this rage with some great kinsman's bone, as with a club dash on my desperate brains? Oh, look, methinks I see Susan's ghost, that seeking out Romeo, that did split his body upon a fist's point. Stay, Tybalt, stay. Romeo, oh Romeo, Romeo, here's drink. I drink to thee, I drink to thee.
It is now morning, the morning of Juliet's alleged wedding to Princess Glimmer, and the Marvel House is all astir to final preparation.
Hold, take these keys and fetch more spices, nurse.
They call for dates and quinces in the pastry.
Come, stir, stir, stir! The second cock hath crowed, the curfew bell hath rung. 'Tis 3 o'clock. Look to the baked meats, good Angelica. Spare not for cost.
Go, you cot queen, go get you to bed. Faith, you'll be sick tomorrow for this night's watching.
No, not a whit. I have watched here now all night for lesser cause, and never been sick.
You have been a mouse hunt in your time. I will watch you from such watching now.
Princess will be here with music straight, for so she said she would. I hear her near. Nurse, wife! What ho? What, nurse, I say? Go, waken Juliet. Go and trim her up. I'll go and chat with Glimmer. Make haste! Make haste! The princess has come already. Make haste, I say!
Mistress! What, mistress? Juliet! Fast, I warned her. She... Why, lamb? Why, lady? Why, you slug a bed? Why, love, I say? Madam? Sweetheart? Why, bride? What, not a word? You take your penny's worth now, sleep for a week, for the next night I warrant the princess hath set up her rest, that you shall rest but little. God forgive me, Mary, and amen. How sound is she asleep? I must needs wake her. Madam! I let the princess take you in your bed. She'll fright you up, in faith, will it not be? What? Dressed and in your clothes and down again. I must needs wake you. Lady! Lady? Lady? Alas! Alas! Help! Help! My lady's dead! Where a day that ever I was born. Some aqua vitae! Oh, my lord, my lady!
What noise is here?
Oh, lamentable day!
What is the matter?
Look, oh heavenly day!
Oh me, my child, my only life. Revive, look up, or I will die with thee. Help! Help! Call help!
For shame! Bring Juliet forth! Her lady's come!
Dead. Deceased. She's dead. Alack the day!
She's dead.
Let me see her! Out! Alas, she's cold. The blood is settled, and the joints are stiff. Life and these lips have long been separated. Death lies on her like an untimely frost upon the sweetest flower of all the field.
Lamentable day.
A woeful time.
Death, that hath taken her hence to make me wail. Ties up my tongue and will not let me speak.
As if they were giving out awards for worst timing, Friar Rick and Princess Glimmer arrive right on cue.
Come, is the bride ready to go to church?
Ready to go, but never to return. Oh, child, the night before thy wedding day hath death lain with thy wife. There she lies, flower as she was, deflowered by him. Death is my child-in-law. Death is my heir, my daughter he hath wedded. I will die and leave him all. And lead life, living all his deaths.
Have I thought long to see this morning's face? And doth it give me such a sight as this?
Accursed, unhappy, wretched, hateful day. Most miserable hour that e'er time saw in lasting labor of his pilgrimage. But one poor and loving child, but one thing to rejoice and solace in, and cruel death have catched it from my sight.
Oh, woe. Oh, woeful day, most lamentable day, most woeful day that ever I did yet behold. Oh, day, oh, hateful day, never was seen so black a day as this. Oh, woeful day.
Beguiled, divorced, wronged, slighted, slain, most detestable death, by thee beguiled, by cruel thee quite overthrown.
Despised, distressed, hated, martyred, killed. Uncomfortable time, why camest thou now to murder our solemnity? O child, my soul and not my child, dead art thou. Alack, my child is dead. And with my child, my joys are buried.
Peace, ho, for shame. Confusion's cure lives not in these confusions. Heaven and yourself had part in this fair maid. Now, heaven hath all. And all the better is it for the maid. Your part in her you could not keep from death, but heaven keeps his part in eternal life. The most you sought was her promotion. For 'twas your heaven she should be advanced. And weep you now, seeing she is advanced above the clouds as high as is heaven itself? Oh, in this love your child so ill that you run mad, seeing that she is well. She's not well married that lives married long, but she's best married that dies married young. Dry up your tears and stick your rosemary on this fair course, and as the custom is, and in her best array, bear her to the church. For though fond nature builds us all lament, yet nature's tears are reason's merriment.
All things that we ordained festival turn from their office to black funeral. Our instruments to melancholy bells, our wedding cheer to a sad burial feast. Our solemn hymns to solemn dirges change, the bridal flowers serve for a berry course, and all things change them to the contrary.
Sir, you in, and madam, go with him, and go, good Glimmer. Everyone prepare to follow this fair course unto her grave. The heavens do law upon you for some ill, move them no more by crossing their high will.
From his banishment in Metropolis, Romeo eagerly awaits news of his beloved Juliet.
If I may trust the flattering truth of sleep, my dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think. And breathed such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Oh me, how sweet is love itself possessed when but love's shadows are so rich in joy. News from Etheria! How now, Flash? Dost not bring me letters from the friar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How doth my Juliet? That I ask again, for nothing can be ill if she be well.
Good.
Then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Marvel's monument, and her immortal part with the angels lives. I saw her laid low in her kindred's vault, and presently took post to tell it to you. Oh, pardon me for bringing these ill news, since you did leave it for my office, sir.
Is it even so? I defy you, stop. Thou knowest my lodging? Get me ink and paper, and hire post horses. I will hence tonight.
I do beseech you, sir, have patience. Your looks are pale and wild, and do import some misadventure.
Hush, thou art deceived. Leave me and do the thing I bid thee do. Hast thou no letters to me from the friar?
No, my good lord.
No matter, get thee gone, and hire those horses. I'll be with thee straight. Well, Juliet, I'll lie with thee tonight. Let's see for means. Oh, mischief, thou art swift to enter the thoughts of desperate men. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts he dwells, which late I noted in tattered weeds with overwhelming brows, culling of simples. Meager were his looks, sharp misery had worn him to the bones, and in his needy shop a tortoise hung, an alligator stuffed, and other skins of ill-shaped fishes, and about his shelves a beggarly account of empty boxes, green earthen pots, bladders and musty seeds, remnants of packthread and old cakes of roses were thinly scattered to make up a show. Noting this penury, to myself I said, and if a man did need a poison now whose sale is present death in metropolis, here lives a caitiff wretch would sell it him. Oh, this same thought did but forerun my need, and this same needy man must sell it me. As I remember, this should be the house. Being holiday, the beggar's shop is shut. What ho! Apothecary!
He calls so loud into my laboratory.
Come hither, man, I see that thou art poor. Hold, there is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison, such soon speeding gear as will disperse itself through all the veins. The life-weary taker may fall dead, and that the trunk may be discharged of breath as violently as hasty powder fire doth hurry from the fatal cannon's womb.
Such mortal drugs I have, but Metropolis's law is death to any he that utters them.
Art thou so bare and full of wretchedness, and fearest to die? Famine is in thy cheeks, need and oppression starveth in thine eyes. Contempt and beggary hangs upon thy back. The world is not thy friend, nor the world's law. The world affords no law to make thee rich. Then be not poor, but break it, and take this.
My poverty, but not my will, consents.
I pay thy poverty and not thy will.
Put this in any liquid you will, and drink it off. And if you had the strength of 20 men, it would dispatch you straight.
There is thy gold, worse poison to men's souls, doing more murder in this loathsome world than these poor compounds that thou mayest not sell. I sell thee poison, thou hast sold me none. Farewell, buy food and get thyself in flesh. Come, kryptonite and not poison. Go with me to Juliet's grave, for there must I use thee.
At long last, Friar Morty has returned to Friar Rick.
Holy Franciscan Friar Rick! Ho!
Wubba lubba dub dub! This seems to be the voice of Friar Morty. Welcome from Metropolis. What says Romeo? Or if his mind be writ, give me his letter.
Going to find the barefoot brother out, one of our order to associate me here in the city visiting the sick, and finding him, the searchers of the town suspecting that we both were in a house where the infection pestilence did reign, sealed at the doors and would not let us forth, so that my speed to Metropolis was stayed.
Who bear my letter then to Romeo?
I could not send it. Here it is again. Nor get a messenger to bring it thee, so fearful where they have infection.
No, unhappy fortune. By my brotherhood, the letter was not nice, but full of charge, of dear import, and neglecting of it made too much danger. Friar Morty, go hence, get me an iron crow and bring it straight into my cell.
Okay, Rick, I'll go and bring it thee.
Now must I to the monument alone. Within these 3 hours will fair Juliet wake. She'll beshrew me much that Romeo hath had no notice of these accidents. But I will write again to Metropolis and keep her at my cell till Romeo come. Poor living corse, closed in a dead man's tomb.
We come now to the solemnity of the graveyard and the tomb where Juliet is interred. Princess Glimmer, assisted by Swift Wind, comes to pay her respects.
Give me thy torch, horse. Thomson, stand aloof. Yet and put it out, for I would not be seen. Under yond yew trees lay thee all along, holding thy ear close to the hollow ground. So shall no foot upon the churchyard tread, being loose, unfirm, and with digging up of graves, but thou shalt hear it. Whinny then to me, as signal that thou hearest something approach. Give me those flowers. Do as I bid thee, go.
I am almost afraid to stand alone here in the churchyard, yet I will adventure.
Sweet flower, with flowers thy bridal bed I strew. Oh, woe, thy canopy is dust and stones, which with sweet water nightly I will do, or, wanting that, with tears distilled by moans. The obsequies that I for thee will keep nightly shall be to strew thy grave and weep. Swift wind gives warning something doth approach. What cursed foot wanders this way tonight to cross my obsequies and true love's right? What, with a torch? Muffle me, night, a while.
Meanwhile, Romeo and his assistant Flash arrive, unaware of Glimmer and of Juliet's true state.
Give me that mattock and the wrenching iron. Hold, take this letter. Early in the morning, see thou deliver it to my lord and father. Give me the light. Upon thy life I charge thee. Whate'er thou hearest or seest, stand all aloof and do not interrupt me in my course. Why I descend into this bed of death is partly to behold my lady's face, but chiefly to take hence from her dead finger a precious ring, a ring that I must use in dear employment. Therefore hence be gone. But if thou, jealous, dost return to pry in what I farther shall intend to do, by heaven I will tear thee joint by joint, and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs. The time and my intents are savage wild, more fierce and more inexorable far than empty tigers or the roaring sea.
I will be gone, sir, and not trouble you.
So shalt thou show me friendship. Take thou that. Live and be prosperous, and farewell, good fellow.
All the same, I'll hide me hereabout. His looks I fear, and his intents I doubt.
Thou detestable the womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite I'll cram thee with more food.
This is that banished, haughty man DC that murdered my love's cousin, with which grief it is supposed the fair creature died. And here is come to do some villainous shame to the dead bodies. I will apprehend him. Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Superman. Can vengeance be pursued further than death? Condemned villain, I do apprehend thee. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. But gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Fly hence and leave me. Think upon these gone. Let them affright thee. I beseech thee, youth. Put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. Oh, be gone! By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I come hither armed against myself. Stay not. Be gone. Live, and hereafter say a madman's mercy. Bid thee run away.
I do defy thy combination and apprehend thee for a felon here.
Wilt thou provoke me? Then have at thee, boy.
Lord, they fight. I will call the watch.
Be merciful. Open the tomb. Save me with Juliet.
In faith I will. Let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble Princess Glimmer. What said my man when my betossed soul did not attend him as we rode? I think he told me Glimmer should have married Juliet. Said he not so, or did I dream it so? Or am I mad, hearing him talk of Juliet, to think it was so? Oh, give me thy hand, one writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. A grave? Oh, no. A lantern, slaughtered youth, for here lies Juliet. And her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Death, lie thou there by a dead man interred. How oft, when men are at the point of death, have they been merry, which their keepers call a lightning before death? Oh, how may I call this a lightning? Oh, my love, my wife. Death that hath sucked the honey of thy breath hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag is not advanced there. Tybalt, liest thou there in that bloody sheet? Oh, what more favor can I do to thee than with that hand that cut thy youth in twain to sunder his that was thine enemy? Forgive me, dear cousin. Oh, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I will still stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain, with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-wearied flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, oh, you the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, bitter conduct, come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once run on the dashing rocks, thy seasick, weary bark. Here's to my love. Oh, true apothecary, thy drugs are quick. us with a kiss. I die.
Unaware of both the very dead Glimmer and the very dead Romeo, Friar Rick arrives to try to undo the pickle he is in and rescue the not-so-dead Juliet.
St. Francis be my speed. Ah! Oh, how oft tonight have my old feet stumbled at graves. Who's there?
Here's one, a friend, and one that knows you well.
Oh, bliss be upon you. Tell me, good friend, what torch is yon that vainly lends his light? Burneth in the marvel's monument.
It doth so, holy sir, and there's my master, one that you love.
Who is it?
Romeo.
How long have you been there?
Full half an hour.
Go with me to the vault.
I dare not, sir. My master knows not, but I am gone hence, and fearfully did menace me with death if I did stay to look on his intents.
Stay then, I go alone. Fear comes upon me. Oh, much fear. Much fear. I fear some ill unthrifty thing.
As I did sleep under this yew tree here, I dreamt my master and another fought, and that my master slew him.
Romeo! Oh, crap. Oh, crap. What blood is this which stains the stony entrance of this sepulchre? What means these masterless and gory swords to lie discolored by this place of peace? Romeo! Oh, pale. Who else? What? Glimmer too? And steeped in blood? Oh, what an unkind hour is guilty of this lamentable chance. The lady stirs.
Friar? Well, where's my love? I was told that he would be here. And here I am. No one's there. Where is my love? Where is he?
I hear some noise. Lady, come from that nest of death, contagion, and unnatural sleep. A greater power than we can contradict hath thwarted our intents. Come away. Thy husband and I bosom lies dead. And Glimmer too. Come, I'll dispose of thee among a sisterhood of holy nuns. Stay not to question, for the watch is coming. Come, go, good Juliet, I dare no longer stay.
Oh, get thee hence, for I will not away. What's here? A cup close to my true love's hand. Poison me, the advent is timeless end. Oh, churl, drunk all whenever a friendly drop to help me after. Oh, I will kiss thy lips. Haply some poison doth hang on them to make me die with a restorative. Thy lips are warm.
Lead, boy. Which way?
Yea, noise. Then I'll be grief. Oh, happy dagger, this is thy sheath. There rest and let me die. Ah!
Swift wind leads in members of the watch to hopefully save the day.
This is the place. There, where the torch doth burn.
The ground is bloody. Search about the churchyard. Go, some of you, whoever you find, attach. Pitiful, and Juliet bleeding, warm and newly dead. Who here hath lain this 2 days buried? Go, tell Shira. Run to them up the Justice League. Some other search. We see the ground whereon these woes do lie, but the true ground of all these piteous woes dry.
Here's Romeo's man. We found this rad lad in the graveyard.
Hold him in safety till Shiraz come hither.
Here is the friar that trembles, sighs, and weeps. We took his mattock and this spade from him as he was coming from this churchyard side.
A great suspicion. Stay the friar, too.
Summoned by swift wind and the watch, Shira enters.
For the honor of Grayskull, what misadventure is so early up that calls our person from our morning rest?
And now the heads of House Marvel.
What should it be that is so shrieked abroad?
Oh, the people in the street cry Romeo, some Juliet, and some Glimmer, and all run with open outcry toward our monument.
What fear is this which startles in our ears?
Sovereign, here lies the Princess Glimmer slain, and Romeo dead, and Juliet dead before, warm and new killed. Cowabunga.
Search, seek, and know how this foul murder comes.
Here is a friar, and slaughter Romeo's man, with instruments upon it fit to open these dead men's tombs.
Oh, gods! My wife! Look at how our daughter bleeds! This dagger hath mistaken, for lo, his house is empty on the back of men DC. Had it missheathed in my daughter's bosom.
Oh, the sight of death is as a bell that warns my old age to a sepulchre.
And alone, Catwoman of House DC.
Come, Catwoman, see, for thou art early up to see thy son and heir now early down.
Alas, my liege, my spouse is dead tonight. Grief of my son's exile hath stopped his breath. What further woe conspires against mine age?
Look, thou shalt see.
Oh, thou untaught, what manners is in this to press before thy mother to a grave?
Seal up the mouth of outrage for a while, till we can clear these ambiguities and know their spring, their head, their true descent. And then will I be general of your woes, and lead you even to death. Meantime, forbear, and lest mischance be slave to patience. Bring forth the parties of suspicion.
I am the greatest, able to do least. Yet most suspected, as the time and place doth make against me, of this direful murder. And here I stand, both to impeach and purge myself condemned, and myself excused.
Then say at once what thou dost know in this.
I will be brief, for my short date of breath is not so long as is a tedious tale. Romeo, they're dead, was husband to that Juliet, and she, they're dead, that Romeo's faithful wife. I married them, and their stolen marriage day was Tybalt's doomsday. Was untimely death banished the new-made bridegroom from this city, for whom, and not for Tybalt, Juliet pined. You, to remove that siege of grief from her, betrothed and would have married her perforce to Princess Glimmer. And she comes to me, and with wild looks bid me devise some mean to rid her from this second marriage. Or in my cell there would she kill herself. And I gave her, so tutored to by my art, a sleeping potion, which so took effect as I intended, for it wrought on her the form of death. Meanwhile, I writ to Romeo that he should hither come as this dire night to help to take her from her borrowed grave. Being the time the potion's force should cease, but he which bore my letter, Friar Morty, was stayed by accident, and yesternight returned my letter back. And all alone, at the prefixed hour of her waking, came I to take her from her kindred's vault, meaning to keep her closely at my cell, till I could conveniently send to Romeo. When I came, some minute ere the time of her awakening, here untimely lay the noble Glimmer and true Romeo dead. And she wakes, and I entreated her come forth and bear this work of heaven with patience. But then a noise did scare me from the tomb, and she, too desperate, would not go with me, but as it seems did violence on herself. All this I know, and to the marriage her nurse is privy, and if aught in this miscarried by my fault, let my old life be sacrificed some hour before his time unto the rigor of severest law.
We still have known thee for a holy man. Where's Romeo's man? What can he say to this?
I brought my master news of Juliet's death, and then in post he came from Metropolis to the same place, to this same monument. This letter he early bid me give to his father, and threatened me with death, going in the vault if I departed not, and left him there.
Give me the letter. I will look on it. Where is good Glimmer's page that raised the watch? Sirrah, what made your master in this place?
He came with flowers to strew his lady's grave and bid me stand aloof, and so I did. Anon comes one with light to ope the tomb, and by my master drew on him, and then I ran away to call the watch.
This letter doth make good the friar's words, their course of love, the tidings of her death. Here he writes that he did buy kryptonite of a apothecary, and therewithal came to this vault to die and lie with Juliet. Where be these enemies? House Marvel, House DC. See what a scourge is laid upon your hate, that heaven's binds means to kill your joys with love. And I, for winking at your discords too, have lost a brace of kinsmen. All are punished.
Sister Katnian, woman, please, give thee thy hand. This is my daughter's jointure. No more can I demand.
But I can give thee more, for I will ray her statue in pure gold, that whilst Etheria by that name is known, there shall be no figure at such rate be set as that of true and faithful Juliet.
As rich shall Romeo's by his ladies lie, poor sacrifices of our enmity.
A glooming peace this morning with it brings. The sun for sorrow, or not show his head. Go hence to have more talk of these sad things, for some shall be pardoned, and some punished. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo.
Come on, forward, Montagues.
I'm James Thomson, and I was the announcer.
Hi, I'm Kate Bargulich, and I played Star-Lord.
Bill Arquette, I played Rocket Raccoon, and First Watch Raphael.
Joaquin Luis, I was Groot, Friar Morty, and Swiftwind.
Everybody to the limit. Who's that? It's to the limit. Everybody come up for
I'm Alannah Spencer, and I was Green Lantern and Dexter.
I see you jocking me.
I'm Julie Kelleher, and I was Night Nurse.
I'm like, come on, guys.
Sarah Ann Sutter, and I was Shira.
To the limit. The cheat is to the limit. Everybody come up for guys.
Hi, I'm Lillian, and I played Glimmer.
Who's that for?
I'm Mark Child, and I played Capulet Thor.
But it probably is for guys.
I'm Valerie Meachum, and I played Lady Natasha Capulet.
I'm Kathy O'Shaughnessy, and I played Batman and the Flash.
Flashman.
Everybody come up for guys.
I'm Kat Dalin. And I played Wonder Woman / Benvolio and the voice of Sock Mabel.
Making yourself look worse, you know.
I am Lauren Schneider, and I played Mercutio / Seahawk, as well as the guard Donatello.
Hi, I'm Caitlin, and I played Tybalt Smash.
I mean, I can take it about. Hi, I'm Stan DeSwikel, and I played Friar Lawrence Rick Sanchez.
Hi, I'm Carrie, Moscow, and I played Juliet, aka Captain Marvel.
Hi, I'm Laura, and I played Romeo / Superman.
And now let's bring the cast all on at once. Do a little bow with everybody. So thank you all so much to our fantastic cast and to those of you who tuned in. We do have time that if you want to ask questions, you can put a question in the chitty chat, which means I need to get back to the chat myself. And because there is, of course, a time delay between when we are doing this and when you are hearing it, I'm going to introduce you to what we are up to next. Here we go. All right. So upcoming events for us, my friends. We are going to be, over time, re-releasing our previous live stream videos on this new BYO Shakespeare YouTube channel. So we're going to do the first one on what happens to be the 1 year anniversary of our first casual read. We started out by reading casually just for ourselves, and then we decided to start sharing those with you. So we, on March 18th, are going to be sharing our first production, which was Midsummer Night's Dream, with all of you. Then a bit later in April, we are going to be sharing our broadcast of King Lear on this YouTube channel as well. So those will be scheduled premieres. So the cast, as well as others from the BYO troupe who might not have been a part of those shows, many of us will be tuning in, and you can ask us questions in the chat as we go. And then our next live event is going to be on April 23rd, which is the birth of the bard. So we are going to have a Shakespeare birthday party, complete with all manner of shenanigans for you to enjoy and us to enjoy. So look for more information on that coming up, as well as, drumroll please, I mean, you guys can read, so you're probably reading these along as I go, but coming soon, History According to Shakespeare, or as we have been calling it, HATS. So History According to Shakespeare is a project that we decided to take on this year, in which we are going to be creating videos taking us through from Edward III, which is actually apocryphal Shakespeare, all the way through to Richard III, which is basically non-stop Shakespeare fest. And so those will be in shorter episodes as opposed to the entire show all in one night. And it will also include things like if a character lives during more than one show, it will be played by the same actor, which will make it easier for audiences to follow along with what is happening. So now I'm going to pop back over to our chat and see if there are any questions. Let's see. Okay. So our first question, hooked on yarn, probably our friend Libby. So I'm going to take this video down. Oh, I totally forgot that I need to mention we have a Patreon now to help support our shenanigans and specifically History According to Shakespeare, because we are trying to make that as high quality production value as possible. So if you are interested and love what you're seeing here, please think about joining us on that Patreon, and all of that information will be on our Facebook page. I guess I should probably make an Insta for us, but I haven't done that yet, so eventually. All right, so now I'm going to stop that share so that I can come back to our live thing. All right, so how were our characters chosen to pair with BYO Shakespeare? All right, if we're going to be 100% honest, the hook for me in creating this was Tybalt's Smash. So that decided which group was going to be which, and so then I looked through the different characters, and so I figured out before I mentioned it to the group at large, I knew that it was going to be DC versus Marvel, and I also knew that we were going to have the Capulets as Marvel and Montagues as DC. I hadn't yet entirely decided what the characters that are not allied directly with either house would be. I knew they had to be characters that were not in either of those worlds. And so that I kind of opened up to everyone and said, all right, what do you think? What are some great ideas? And Lauren mentioned Seahawk as Mercutio, and I was like, well, gosh darn it, if that isn't the best idea I've ever heard in my life, because that let us have She-Ra as the ruler of Verona, or Etheria in our case, as well as opening up Paris as Princess Glimmer, which was a lot of fun, and Swiftwind, like, well done, Keem, on bringing Swiftwind in. So yeah, I spent a lot of time looking at the characters and seeing what I thought would work. Once I decided which side was which, that put Superman and Captain Marvel as a pretty good pairing. And so then from there, I kind of, spent some time and ran a few things by people. I will 100% say that Friar Rick and Friar Morty was the inspiration of those two actors. I basically said, here's what I think, which was originally a different direction. And they said, well, what about? And I said, do it if it's and I think it can work. I think it's amazing, and they did it, and I was completely sold. So let's see. Okay, the day after the party portrayed as a hangover scene. What did we do to prep that? Honestly, that was improv on the day, because the last
we kind of came up with that individually.
Right. Yeah, well, it was like, I think like we both realized simultaneously that we had played so drunk in the scene before that the most logical outcome would be a terrible hangover the next day. And so that is what we rolled with, and we were like, oh, this is funny. We weren't sure if it was going to be funny. We just like did it out of nowhere in one of our rehearsals.
And then we added some things later. So like we started playing it like as a hangover, and then like later after the rehearsal, we kind of were talking about it, and we're like, okay, so we need to add sunglasses. Like we need to add either some kind of like pill or like Pepto-Bismol. So you did pills, and I did buy Pepto-Bismol. So I think that is something that we just did kind of come to individually though, and it just
yeah, we just kind of like mind melded, and it worked really well. We just kind of yes and. There's a fair amount of this process. You know, there's a certain amount that I come up with, and then there is also a huge amount of yes and that happens in us taking it. And once I put it in the cast's hands, they come up with a whole other realm of things. The apothecary turning into Dexter was also one that wasn't in the original plan, but it was so brilliant that we were like, absolutely, yes, that's what it needs to be. So there's a lot of that. We also literally, I think, was it our last rehearsal that we realized that like Thor was obsessed with Thor's Day? Like we realized it in that scene. We were like, oh my goodness, that's a joke we didn't even realize was there, and we found it.
I assumed that was intentional from the beginning, which is hilarious. I was like,
Nope.
that's obviously on purpose.
Yes, and me having Batman have all that stuff about the night, that was also not on purpose. That just happened because I was like, well, we need Batman, obviously. And I was like, well, Kathy has a great Batman voice and a Batman mask, so that's going to happen. Yeah, then we went from there. Okay, let's see.
And Libby, in answer to your question, yes, she talks about how her head aches for like half of that scene. So I was like, sure, everyone's hungover.
Yeah. And as for costumes, I let everyone kind of follow their inspiration. Many of the masks came from Kathy, do you want to talk about the massive pack of masks that you found on Amazon?
Yeah, I was searching for just a flash mask, really, because I already had the Batman one, and I found like a kids' party favors set and of about 20 masks. So for like $12. So I just posted a picture and said, "Everybody, come pick up your relative mask." And I still have a good like 15 of them sitting in a box in my room now. So.
Well, she can have all kinds of a crazy party.
That's right.
Yeah.
Once quarantine is over, that will all be our superhero party favors.
Yes, yeah. So we had quite a lot of adventures, and some people sourced most of the things from their own house. I made Sock Mabel's costume, such as it is, out of a combination of things I had. I did buy my Wonder Woman accessories, but that's okay because I wanted to dress up as Wonder Woman for Halloween anyway, the next time we can actually Halloween. So perfect planning. And yeah, let's see. Oh, not Libby. Hooked on Yarn is not Libby. What? Oh my goodness, that's surprising. We assumed that it was, and it was not. Mysterious, wonderful yarn person. We're glad you're here. Okay, so let's see. Other questions here. How were all of the backgrounds data mined? Was it done by each actor individually? I'm not sure. I'm guessing we're talking about our individual backgrounds. Haha, I remember. Yeah. So we decided for this one.
I blame Lillian for everything.
Yes.
I built mine in my garage.
So we decided for us that for this production that we weren't going to try to do backgrounds that were like we were all in a room. We decided because we were comic book panels that we were going to each pick backgrounds that suited our character. And so I just said, go. And this is what everyone came up with, was all of this wide variety of things that expressed their wonderful characters. I think that Caitlin should talk a little bit about her Tybalt voice mod, because I think that's amazing.
Yep, I downloaded it and played around with Voice Lab, and I was a little worried that it wouldn't be fast enough to switch like mid talk, but it did just fine. It does have a really weird effect of making everyone else sound like the Hulk, like an echo. So I spent the entire time slightly freaked out that I had the wrong button pushed.
You did so good though.
I was seriously headed up and I was like, 1 2.
Yes. All right. Well, I haven't seen any other questions popping up, but we had some wonderful questions. Did anyone else have any fun facts from this one that they think the world needs to know about our silly shenanigans? It turned out really fun. I'm really proud of everyone's work on this project. So I think we
I
can
love
all
that our Lady
go
Capulet
and
has
look up,
fully
like,
built
various-
cosplay already. Like that was my favorite.
Right?
This isn't even my real cosplay. This is just her universe jacket that I found at the thrift store a while back because it's way more comfortable than my real cosplay, which I have had since Iron Man 2 came out.
Yeah. Besides, we don't need pants for this. So.
That's true. Right.
Pants are unnecessary, which is a joy. I'm wearing shorts under.
You guys wear pants?
What? No,
Oh.
we're not. We're not wearing pants now.
Be decent in my exposure.
And there's one of our mascots.
Kitty!
Yes. All right.
There's the fork in again.
Well, thank you so much, friends at home, for joining us. We hope that some of you will be able to tune in for our upcoming live broadcast. The next one is March 18th, and then April 11th, and then Shakespeare's birthday. So mark your calendars, y'all. And we hope to have many of you there with us for those fun shenanigans.
Yeah.
All right. Gonna stop the stream. Thank you for being here.